sticks. We are back again for another wonderful season again.
The stakes are very, very high for this competition.
Price pool is closer to 1 million ringgit. Who is going to be going home with the biggest prize this season?
Package received.
Whoa, this thing's fast!
Target in sight. The beasts are here. 5, 4.
No! Nice work, guys.
I'm gonna need some new tires.
Just what on earth is Gazoo Racing? Gazoo Racing is a spirit. The spirit of pushing one's limits. It's more than just a badge, a symbol, or a poster on the wall. Gazoo Racing is Kaizen of competitiveness. It's the rubber hitting the road again and again and again. Fine-tuned on the world's most demanding racetracks. Powered, not just by all forms of energy, but also by our passion. To accelerate, exhilarate, elevate the Toyota mandate of making ever better cars. Moving not just people, but the human spirit forward. This is our spirit. This is Gazoo Racing.
Toyota. Move your world.
Dan kita terasa bila naik kereta. Inilah dia TGR Corolla yang baru saja dilancarkan pada tahun ini. Kepada anda yang sedang menonton secara langsung di kaca TV ataupun peranti-peranti anda, saya Nasruddin Rahman, pengacara anda. Inilah dia Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Challenge musim yang ke-6. This is round 2, race day 1. Semalam kita dah pun menjalani acara saringan kita ataupun qualifying rounds. Dan untuk 4 kelas kita, Super Sporting, Rookie Class dan juga TGR, artis-artis kita di dalam Promotional Class sudah pun bersedia untuk berlumba untuk anda semua yang sedang menonton, kepada peminat-peminat Toyota Gazoo Racing. Pada kali ini pusingan yang kedua, we are having a night race everybody. Jadi pusingan yang pertama ini kita mulakan dengan Sporting Class. First race is going to be happening at 6:30 PM. Jadi kepada anda yang ingin mengetahui apakah sorotan-sorotan kita pada hari ini, let's take a look at the program flash right now. First race is going to be at 6:30 PM, 6:30 petang untuk Sporting Class. Dan Super Sporting Class akan berlangsung selepas solat maghrib. Kita akan berehat seketika pada pukul 7:30 petang. Dan pada pukul 8 malam kita akan mulakan pusingan pertama untuk Super Sporting Class dan juga Rookie Class. Dan pukul 9 malam bersedialah untuk menyaksikan artis-artis kegemaran anda beraksi di Liga Antarabangsa Sepang F1 pada pukul 9 malam nanti. Jangan lupa kita ada persembahan-persembahan istimewa untuk anda sepanjang hari Sabtu dan juga Ahad juga. Pada hari Sabtu hari ini nantikan persembahan istimewa daripada Janna Nick. Kepada anda yang merindui Janna Nick, mana dia pada pusingan pertama, pusingan ke-6 ini? Nampaknya Janna Nick tidak lagi berlumba tapi masih dekat dengan TGR family kita dan kembali untuk mengadakan satu persembahan istimewa untuk anda semua. A special performance from Janna Nick, special for you guys out there. Yeah, so continue to stay with us. We are going live from Facebook, from YouTube, and of course you can catch the highlights and also special content on Toyota Gazoo Racing's official Instagram page as well. Check out some of our content right there. Memang mencuit hati lah orang kata kan. But of course, you can watch the race no matter where you are. I know it's a Saturday night. You guys can enjoy yourself from wherever you are. Tune in right here, right now, or when the first race starts. That's at 6:30 PM to capture all the excitement right here live from Sepang International Circuit. So that's what we can expect. And right now, I'm sure some of you guys are wondering, siapakah selebriti-selebriti kita untuk Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Challenge musim yang ke-6 ini? Ada sedikit pertukaran kepada anda yang terlepas pusingan yang pertama. Untuk pusingan yang kedua ini kita perkenalkan antara barisan-barisan artis kita yang akan berlumba. Silakan. Kita bersama dengan Ezrin Lloyd. Guys. Okay, kalau tak kita datang dekat sikit dengan GR Corolla kita. Do you guys like the car? Kan?
Laki betul dapat naik kereta ni.
Dapat naik sikit, dapat dengar sound dia pun puas hati.
Kenapa tak duduk sebelah?
Apa dia?
Kenapa tak duduk sebelah?
Sebab awak tak cukup cantik. Kalau awak cantik sikit je lagi, awak boleh duduk tepi saya. Okey, Ezrin, Afifah dan juga Ahirin adalah di dua driver baru. Ahirin sebenarnya musim yang ketiga sekarang. Driver baru, tiba-tiba driver baru pula. Okey, anda baru saja menjalani qualifying rounds kita. So nampaknya Afifah, you have decided to improve your timing. Sekarang 1 minit 30 saat. So how do you feel about that?
Okay, semalam lah sebenarnya I hit 1 minute 33 seconds. Wow. Sebab I dah lama after 3 months tak drive langsung manual car, tak training. And qualifying round semalam I deserve to improve lah for 3 second plus.
3 second plus.
A big achievement for me.
Saya rasa Afifah dia ada trauma sikit sebab lepas pusingan pertama. Wow, sungguh kompetitif. Sungguh kompetitif kan? Oh tak ya? Okey, kita tanya Ezrin dulu. We save Ahirin for last. Ezrin, sebagai pusingan kedua ni, anda antara pencabar yang hebat. Dikatakanlah, kalau nak kira dengan dua pengacara lelaki yang lain, Cewa, Hefni pun ada, Imran Akil pun ada juga. Tapi mereka pun rasa ketinggalan sikit kalau kita cerita pasal skill level lah. Jadi Ezrin, round 2 ni, apa matlamat anda?
Alright, sebenarnya what I achieved during the qualifying bukanlah 100% skill, but actually macam more like lucky lah, cause I dapat input yang bagus during free practice. Sebab macam FIFA juga, we all busy dengan our own career kan, so tak ada time nak practice. I also been competing golf pun, so tak fokus sangat dengan kereta. But So I'm lucky to have a good rhythm this weekend lah. So banyak juga input yang datang daripada racer-racer yang lain. Contohnya macam Abang Syukri, Abang Zizan. Kan last time I cakap next round is about being better than the previous round lah. It doesn't matter the result is. I'm happy that I achieve something better lah compared to last round.
Cik, untuk Azrin, the only competitor is against yourself begitu kan?
Betul.
Walau, tapi sebenarnya dia malu sebab mungkin dia takut nak kalah dengan perempuan kan. Mungkin. Cakap pasal kalah dengan perempuan, kalau saya kalah dengan Ahirin, memang saya pun tak malu jugalah. Ahirin, so you did what? Fourth place, I think qualifying? Ya, fourth place qualifying dan nampaknya macam Ziza Razak macam bagi chance sikit. Dia macam relax sikit. Dia nombor 3 untuk qualifying kali ni. Anda rasa kenapa, adakah ia taktik dan how do you think you'll be doing this round?
Okay, no, Zizan tak pernah bagi chance dalam track. Dia sebab ada 40 kg balas, sebab tu je dia kata a bit susah nak dapat timing. But for this round, I think I try to improve my driving style and also my overall position lah. My very much competitor right here.
Sekejap
We
lah,
see you
macam
guys in the
We can
track.
shake hand tau. That's how
sekarang
good our sportsmanship is.
lain sebab apa? Sebab night race. So far you all tak pernah lagi experience night race. Semalam je qualifying round. So kita kena tanya yang terror ni lah.
Betul juga. Actually, I nak bagi pesanan sikit lah. Untuk night race ni, saya bukan driver dalam kereta. So, I know there are many other things to consider. Tapi for night race ni, Ahirin sebagai seorang veteran lah, compared to the other two kan. What advice do you have for them for night race?
My advice tak adalah veteran sangat, but I just want them to have fun. But for me, it's a night race a bit silau lah for me. But I still enjoy it. It's cooler at night and much more fun to me. Yeah, so just have fun, enjoy.
Nampak tu? Yang veteran sebenarnya dia tak nak bagi apa-apa tip tu. Yang dia tahu, oh just enjoy, have fun. Lepas tu semua tipnya dia simpan dalam poket lah.
I dah enjoy. Macam tu je result dia.
Itulah dia. Azri, adakah anda rasa Ahiruddin ni dia macam dia sengaja dia tengah simpan taktik dia untuk dia unggul untuk round yang kedua ini?
I think sebab tu penonton kena faham the concept of racing. So qualifying dengan racing is different battle. Compared to last round juga, I qualified 4th, tapi still can manage finish with good position. So in terms of how lucky you are lah during the race. Hopefully everything smooth, you get your game right. InsyaAllah everything is smooth lah.
Afifah dengar tu. Kalau maknanya kalau 1 minit 33 saat dapat tempat yang ke-8 kan?
1.30 semalam.
1.30. So maknanya qualifying macam Azrin kata, macam Irene kata, tak ada halnya. Yang penting luck on that race itself.
Yang penting kita improve, kita move forward, kita betul-betul fight lah on the race tu.
All out lah.
Ni mentality atlet ni dengan mentality artis ni lain ke? Setuju tak Irene?
Setuju. Dalam track kita tak kenal siapa. Kat luar track kita kawan.
Okay. For me kalau atlet, kita individual lah. Kita nak improve personal best kita. Bukan nak compete dengan others, tapi kita nak improve diri sendiri.
Alright, last question for everybody. Siapakah lawan paling ketat anda untuk kelas ni?
To be honest, I would say this top 4 drivers lah. We have to meet the reality lah, which is Syukri Yahya, Zizan Razak and Ahirin lah.
Fuyo, dengar tu Ahirin dah macam Afifah pula.
To be realistic.
Betul,
That's what it is.
Kan? Let's be real about racing on track, right? Afifah pula macam mana?
Itu kalau cakap yang pro-pro, yang terror-terror lah. Kalau I memang fight dengan Arin Rahim lah. Arin Rahim tunggu sekejap lagi.
Ahirin, Afifah's looking out for you. Wow, okay, last kali. Ahirin pula, one quick one. Siapa?
Tu sebelah tu.
Jiwa, dia tu yang sebelah tu. Alright. Afifah pun dah rasa macam, saya rasa gak sikit. Okey, inilah antara barisan racers kita daripada TGR Family yang akan beraksi di Lita Antarabangsa Sepang sedikit masa lagi pukul 9 malam promotional class. Sementara itu, kita bakal mulakan race pertama sporting class 6.30 petang. And now to our casters, Victor Cax and Matthews Isaac. It's over to you guys. Let's go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thank you very much, Nas, for a very, very illuminating conversation with our promotional class drivers. My name is Nick, alongside with me is Victor, and we are going to be your race casters for today here at Sepang International Circuit.
Yeah, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is round number 2 here. I couldn't wait for this weekend to come around, and finally we are here. The middle point of this current season, which is season number 6 of the TGR MY Vios Challenge. And after having gone through all the thrills and spills of round number 1, today is going to be a continuation, I feel, of that excitement going on, because I would still say, looking at the points line, especially after round 1, I would say that it's been some of the most closest competition we've seen in this TGR so far.
Yes, and we're going to be taking a look at getting to know our drivers here for race number 1 in the sporting class. There you can see on your screen, these are the drivers for the sporting class, as we say it. And we do have a few talking points here with regards to some of the drivers that we have been tracking their overall performances throughout the entirety of season 6. Remember, this is season 6, round 2. A lot of their positionings has already been established with the points that they have been able to accrue from round 1 up until this point, and this is the points per race that they're going to be getting. Position number 1 scoring in 20 points, position number 2 15, and so on and so forth. And of course, the Sepang International North Track, 2,706 meters with 9 turns in total.
Yeah, this is half of the full-length Grand Prix track. It's been the track they've been racing on since season 4 onwards, actually. And as of season 6, you know, this is a time when a lot of these drivers have gotten themselves plenty of experience, not just on this track, but on this car as well. The Vios that's been provided here with fully decked out in race trim here has been the weapon of choice for all of our drivers out on track. And boy, have we seen a lot of racing action because of this incredible racing machine.
Yeah, it has been a really close battle, so to speak, and with everybody using the same vehicle, with some exceptions towards those in higher positions will be handicapped a little bit with some extra weights in their vehicle. So that could actually play around to limiting their ability to maintain those positions and focus more on maintaining the racing line. Victor.
Exactly. Like the top 3 from round 1 are expecting to have like a significant amount of ballast coming into round 2. So not only will that handicap certainly affect their lap times in total, but I think it's going to open up the field for sure for other of their rivals, particularly in the same class as them, to actually have an opportunity in round number 2 to catch up some points. But no doubt, you know, these cars are all pretty much the same. They're using exactly the same engines, the same type of tires. They've all been tested on the dyno as well going into the warm-ups here today, so you can guarantee they're all putting out the same level of performance. We're still running on the 5-speed manual transmission, which certainly is, especially for drivers who don't drive stick normally, it's a bit of an adjustment they have to do coming into this racing series. But no doubt the safety features of this car is certainly paramount here, with the full roll cage as well as the racing bucket seats and even the internal fire extinguisher. Is certainly a well-developed platform here for motorsports.
I do think safety is definitely going to be the #1 priority for everyone involved here. So do remember to move your world with Toyota and follow us on all social media platforms, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, or Instagram, whatsoever. Just click on this follow. Just click on the follow button, and you too will be given updates as to when our next race will be underway. But enough about the future, let's talk about the now, and also a little bit of the past. We did see sporting class did have a little bit of drama as well for some of our drivers. There has been a little bit of ups and downs, specifically for Bradley Bendick Anthony here from Crestmax Motorsports. Could you elaborate a little bit on that, please?
Well, I mean, for Bradley, he certainly had a weekend that, you know, he'd rather forget sooner rather than later. But because for the most part, when they went into that first race, you know, it was looking like it was going to be a wet race, so they had the car completely set up for that specific specific condition. The problem is that when it came to the race itself, the rain actually stopped the mid-race itself. So the track started to dry up a little bit, and that's where Bradley found himself in a bit of a quandary, because his car, obviously being set up for wet racing, was much faster in the wet compared to the dry. So as a result, he lost out on a lot of time because of the drying and changing conditions. Nevertheless, though, when the rain started to come back in, that's when he was starting to be able to recover a little bit, was able to finish in a good position for that race number 1. But nevertheless, I think for today's race, we still don't really have word right now on what the weather condition will be like. It is a little bit cloudy outside, and I heard a bit of a rumble as well. So there's a slight chance of a wet race happening here yet again today. So hopefully, for Bradley at least, he will be able to adapt as accordingly. But one of the biggest winners of the sporting class as well we got to talk about is Nabil Aslan.
Yes.
The second of the Aslan brothers, his elder brother, is racing in the super sporting class, and right now Nabil himself is looking to follow in his brother's footsteps, because last time around when Naqib Aslan was in the sporting class, he was equally as dominant. In fact, he won out the championship outright in his rookie year itself in the sporting class, and that gave him the ticket straight away to the super sporting. So the question now is his brother Nabil going to be able to do exactly the same thing?
And that's going to be something that is going to be observed rather closely as we head into the starting point of the races very soon. But these are some of the drivers as well that have had quite a bit of a tangle here. I mean, we did speak a little bit about Bradley Bendick Anthony, that has had quite a bit of, downward slope of luck here in terms of his from season 3 to season 5. I mean, he did manage to go second overall and third overall in season 3 and 4. But I think it was in season 5 where it's starting to be a little bit more choppy here, with his capability of being able to score higher positions actually marred by some technical difficulties that he has been facing, or maybe even a stroke of bad luck.
I think the surprising thing is that in spite of that bad luck, I think Bradley has consistently been able to challenge for these wins time and time again. Granted, he's only won a couple of times, but every time he's always somewhere up there in the top 5. Even in his worst days, he's still able to get good, consistent points, and I think that's really important over the course of the season. And I think as a driver, you cannot really rely 100% on circumstances really favoring you all the time. As part of being a driver is being able to adapt to the situation itself. No doubt, round number 1, given the changeable conditions, have imposed a new challenge upon him, but I would say that he's actually handled it pretty well. I think what we're looking for now is he going to be able to carry a championship battle now, given that Nabil Aslan has already collected the bulk of the points now for the sporting class. Bradley Benedict not too far behind, but still, I think today, his target definitely has to be a win on one of these 2 races here. And I think race 1 itself will be probably the best possible chance for him here today.
All right, so definitely not a dig at Bradley Bendick Anthony's capabilities, but it does scream his potential here. So let us take a look at some of what happened yesterday here for our qualifying rounds. And here we go. We're going to be checking it out real quick for the sporting class.
Yeah, so qualifying actually happened yesterday off stream. So we allowed these guys to go out exactly the same race time as today itself. So they will have a good idea of the kind of conditions they will expect. Of course, this being a night race itself, you can see all the headlights coming on. It's always a beautiful sight out here in Sepang Circuit every time it's a night race. And I expect that this race will be no different. There you see the number 23 car. This is going to be one to watch out for. Ahmad, he's going to be able to challenge, I think, Nabil Aslan in terms of points right now in this sporting class here. But another one I think I want to watch out for is going to be Darmin Tahang as well. Round 1 was a standout performance, especially in the wets. Defending time and time again, especially against Bradley, was pretty much the main sort of obstacle that Bradley had to face, throughout round 1 itself. But nevertheless, today is going to be an interesting day with Nabil Aslan having taken a pole position. Once again, Abdul Mikhail being close behind him in qualifying here. I think it's going to be setting up for a sequel to round number 1.
Maybe this could be a sequel, or maybe we could see an entirely different story formulating around his ability to hold on towards that first position here, as we're going to be seeing a little bit of flashes there
Nabil
from Nabil Aslan. And as we're going to be saying it here, he does hold a comfortable lead in terms of where he is in the overall standings. But what is the biggest concern for him heading into round number 2, race number 1?
I think race 1, probably not so much given that he's already qualified in pole position. I think the best thing he's going to be doing here is just have a nice clean race and finish in that first place, which certainly you can definitely do so if you qualify first. I think the biggest challenge always is going to be race number 2. That's where he's going to have the reverse grid start. And I think good qualifiers like Nabil Aslan may not necessarily have the same level in terms of racecraft as well. So I think race 2 are usually like the tougher races for guys like Nabil in particular. So I think for race number 1 though, he just has to basically get a really good start, make sure that he gets a good position and maintains a good race pace throughout. And seeing how consistent he's been even in round 1 itself, I have no doubt that he is fully equipped, or rather already has all these targets in mind now coming to this first race of round number 2.
Speaking of the Axel Sports standout Nabil Aslan, it is a rather interesting factoid here that he did start it out at 6th position but rose up to finish 2nd. So he is not entirely unfamiliar with the middle of the pack and being able to rise up. But with how to say dense the track can be sometimes with the amount of vehicles there, maybe race number 2, like you alluded to previously, could be a huge problem for Nabil Aslan moving forward.
Yeah, again, full credit him. He handled race 2 of round 1 really well itself, getting several passes in order to get the maximum haul of points compared to everyone in the class. But this will still be the challenge every single round here. We no doubt know that this kid is really fast. He can always qualify on top there. It's always going to be a shootout between him and Abdul Mikhail the whole time. But it's more about being able to develop your racecraft, and there's no better series really to do that than this TGR Vios itself, because all the cars being similar, and the racetrack itself being on Sepang, where the opportunities to slipstream and to pass are just few and far in between. It's a really good a ground here, a hunting ground, if you will, for drivers like Nabil Aslan to start to hone their craft and hopefully be able to use the skills they accumulated over the season here to bring us a fantastic finish when we get to the 3rd and final round of the season.
Yeah, and I think there's also another very interesting talking point here before we get started. I think it's from the Panglima City Racing Team standout Kenneth Koh. Was having some troubles here with his vehicle that needed sorting out during the unofficial practice. So could there be something that you could actually illuminate for us here with that talking point? Yeah,
so I actually had a chat with Kenneth Koh during round 1 itself, and the question I had to ask him is why the underperformance? Because I know that Kenneth in the past has been really strong, especially on the street tracks. Back when the TGR still ran on street tracks itself, Kenneth was always an outstanding performer on those specific tracks. Ever since we came to Sepang, though, he's always had either a run of bad luck or struggles a lot to keep up with the heavy hitters like Bradley or Nabil Aslan. But for round 1 in particular, he actually had a car issue that was discovered during unofficial practice, and they basically had to nurse that issue throughout the whole weekend. So I feel that we haven't really seen the best to come out of Kenneth Koh quite yet for this season. This round here will be an important proving point right now for Kenneth Koh and the Panglima City Racing Team, because obviously, given that it's been a lull of time now between round 1 and round 2, certainly plenty of time for them to sort out those issues, iron out the kinks, and hopefully bring us a better performance here on the first race of this weekend.
Yeah, that's something that we are actually looking forward to. But also another name that stands out here is also from 23 Motors, Abdul Mikhail. I think that's also a name that has been garnering quite a bit of attention here in the sporting class. Had a bit of a rough and tussle here with Dennis Ng on lap number 2 in race 1 previously. And I feel that that's something that you have a little bit more deeper, intimate knowledge about.
Yeah, Abdul Mikhail was very aggressive in that first race, racing against Danny Ng. And unfortunately, not only did the collision ended up dropping him down to 9th, but after the race, he got a penalty from the stewards as well. So this just further added to the problems there for him. So not quite the best of starts for him per se, but I think given a little bit more care and a little bit more respect to the other drivers on the road here, I think he could certainly develop into a heavy hitter in the sporting class itself. Now, the thing is, for 23 Motors themselves, they have always consistently been able to fight in the top of the ranks here in the sporting class. And with Abdul Mikhail now behind the wheel here as one of the newer drivers for 23 Motors, I think he's definitely going to have to take a lot of lessons from last round's race itself and hopefully come back a little bit smarter, a little bit stronger this time around. Hopefully don't make the same kind of mistake as well when trying to race against someone, because again, the biggest thing that can happen to you in these kind of stock races are literally making unnecessary mistakes, like tapping someone a little bit too hard in the back there, causing them to spin out, or cutting across their racing line when it's their right of way. All these kind of things, and especially it can be hard to avoid these kind of situations, to be fair, because this is such a very tight racing series here, all the cars being similar performance and whatnot. But being a little bit mindful as a driver, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you lose out on points just because of an error that you made behind the wheel.
All right, we did talk a little bit about Tamimi Tahang a little bit, but before that, just a reminder to those of you who just missed out, we are coming to you live from the Sepang International Circuit North Track with a total of 2,706 meters, totaling with 9 turns. This is going to be the battlefield where these drivers are going to congregate and duke it out, so to speak. And before I got actually sidetracked by that little bit of information there, Ahmad Tamimi Tahang here has actually had quite a bit of a stand-up performance here. I mean, we've talked about it in the past, and we did actually witness it before. His tussle with Bradley Benedict is something that you're very familiar with, Victor.
Oh yeah, so because the thing, he has been able to hold out Bradley for the longest time in that race. It's just it was until he got passed in the end by Abdul Mikhail himself that he lost out on the lead. But he was on track basically to win race number 1. And I think today itself, he's probably going to be one of the few drivers on the grid here who'll be praying for rain because given when as the conditions on the track gets wetter, somehow Tamimi gets faster. So that's a spicy recipe, I would say, for a driver in the sporting class as well, where even a little bit of advantage you can get over your rivals can count for so much. I think Tamimi Tahang will certainly be eyeing a possible podium finish here should the conditions favor him in today's race.
Assuming the conditions favor him, it could be the perfect storm, pun fully intended here, for Ahmad Tamimi Tahang to be able to slide his way to victory here. But of course, we do see that there is going to be a lot of competition from some of our previous drivers who are more than willing to put it all on the line to ensure a steady victory. And of those standout names, these are some of the names that we need to look very closely that we have talked about. Bradley Bendick, Anthony, vehicle number 55 from Crest Max Motorsport. From number 47, Kenneth Koh from Panglima City Racing Team. Abdul Mikhail from 23 Motors, Wan Jin Egg from Hewa Racing Team, Ahmad Tamimi Tahang from Zakin Motorsport / Boulevard, if I'm not mistaken, and of course Nabil Aslan from Axel Sports.
Yeah, in terms of points right now, Nabil Aslan is obviously in the lead here, 36 to his name after round number 1. That's 3 points ahead of Bradley Benedict. So I expect the lead of the championship will be largely between these two here. Now, Bradley actually had a worse off qualifying compared to Nabil in this first round. I believe he qualified somewhere in P6 right now, so he's 2-3 grid slots way behind Nabil Aslan. So if he was looking to try to keep this championship running against Nabil, he's going to have to make up a lot of places here in race number 1. So I think the challenge is certainly going to be huge there, because just making out a place alone in this championship, in this sporting class even, is quite a Herculean effort.
It is definitely a Herculean effort here, as you have so brilliantly put it, as we're going to be getting ready to go. I think it is only 15 more seconds. We are on a schedule and we are ready to go. Of course, our race director very much present and ready to go. Go soon. Let's go. Hey.
Yep, this is this is gonna be the formation right
now.
now.
The formation. Excuse me. I got too excited here.
Bro, it's like I totally get it. You know, coming into this race here, you know, there's a lot of tension in the air, especially for the race, first race of the weekend itself. And given that this is a sporting class boys, we have the first chance to get out on track here to actually go for some wheel-to-wheel action. I think a lot of them are going to be raring to try to get things started. But as we alluded to just now, Nabil Aslan, the outstanding qualifier, has qualified first once again in round number 2 for the second time running here. So he leads the race here alongside Abdul Mikhail from 23 Motors. Aaron Haikal, the younger brother of Hayden Haikal, is going to be taking the second grid slot here next to Shari Sukan 9 from Axel Sports. Then we got Shafiq Samsudin from Race Ready KL in fifth spot. And Bradley Benedict having a 6th position qualifying. Not exactly the best you can hope for, but hopefully you'll be able to do better in the race later on. Kenneth Call and Lau Sing Kia, they both tangled a lot during round 1. I expect that given that they're on the same grid slot together, it's going to be a tangle once again here in round number 2. Amir Haikal and Tamir Tahan takes the 6th grid slot. Then we got An Yun Wei and Lee Wai Chong taking the 5th and the 6th grid slot respectively. Harik Zagil O and Dennis Ng will be taking row 7 right now. And Dato Ken Fu qualified ahead of Dato Denny Yip. And then you got Jim Chun Beng from Focus Tetap ahead of Shan Muganathan. This is the younger son of the younger Shan over here that's racing in this car number 69. Then we got Muhammad Alif Shauki currently in row number 10 alongside Tan Shu Chong. Then we got Mirza Hussein, who was not able to get a good qualifying, will be starting in the last position here. And it's going to be a lonely grid slot for him, as there's going to be plenty of cars in front of him. Perhaps he'll be able to leapfrog his way to try to get out to the top positions, but I think his best bet for today's race, though, try to get into the points. I don't think it's going to be, it's probably going to be out of weight for ask him to get into the podium's position. At least getting up some points today will be able to make up for the disappointment that was qualifying for Mirza Shami.
All right, 21 vehicles, 21 drivers, only one winner for this sporting class race, and it is going to be an exciting one indeed. And of course, I would like to apologize again. My excitement, of course, got the better of me. For those of you who are already cheering on your seats, well, you're going to wait a little bit longer here as they're going to get into their formations. And after this, it is go for 20 laps.
Yeah, the biggest field that we have of the TGR weekend here, the sporting class, having 21 drivers. There's a lot of cars on the grids. Now, our race director is waiting for the green flag. The green flag has been waved, so you know what that means. The countdown to the start of our race number 1 here on round number 2. This is a sporting class, and it's go! Let's see how this start goes. It's going to be a long way to get to the first turn, though, but nevertheless, Nabil Aslan maintains his lead ahead up to Mikhail. In fact, he's got a way better start compared to the black 23 Motors car. So instead, he's going to be tucking behind. He's going to try to prevent the car that's directly behind him from being able to get a pass here by taking the inside line as much as he possibly can. But look around the outside, the car number 22. He's going to be, Shari Zulkan 9 is going to try his very best to round around the outside. Very crowded as he gets into this first turn, but thankfully, no big contact so far. But we're still seeing cars going 3 wide as we enter the second turn. Very close contact there because car 36 as well as 55. That's Bradley Benedict on the inside, forcing out one of the drivers, but fortunately he's not able to be spun out. He stays on the black stuff, and that's where he wants to be.
A little bit of dirt being kicked up here, and we do see quite a bit of dust as the speed is starting to build up for a lot of our drivers here. First lap not even done and dusted yet, and we're going to be seeing a little bit of wheel-to-wheel action very early on coming out from the first chicane. Yeah. We're going to be coming out from turn number 4, heading into turn number 5. Could be some opportunities for drivers here. We do see some of them come out of the race grid here, and this could be a huge opportunity, huge problem for some of them, losing out some speed here. But we are slowly starting to see that after that initial start, coming out of turn number 8, it is going to be rather clear cut to see that a lot of positionings may not have changed. We will get more information once they get through the first the first lap completed.
Yeah, I can really see Nabil Aslan and Abdul Mikhail still being in the front there. We're going to see a look around the outside there. There's going to be Tami Tahang trying to raise up against Ao Yun Wei around the outside here. So he's already gotten a good slipstream and a good exit out of the way. Looking at that right now, we got a one car going really wide. We still got Nabil Aslan still trying to defend against Abdul Mikhail and almost prevents him from being able to get the good line coming into this first turn. And then look at that, number 82, Aaron Haikal capitalizing heavily off of that. He gets a pass, Abdul Mikhail, and takes second place.
Abdul Mikhail losing out a little bit, gone too wide on that racing line here, and it was his mistake that Aaron Haikal was able to take advantage of. We have seen this time and time again. Sometimes it's just a matter of an inch off the racing line and you lose out so much of that potential, and immediately a driver takes advantage of it. We don't see that much changes here in our top 3 spots here for Muhammad Nabil Aslan as well as Abdul Mikhail and Aaron Haikal, but I think the biggest turnout here was definitely Aaron Haikal being able to close out against Mikhail here, stealing his spot. Could it still ring through? Closing out for lap number 2. We shall have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think Shafiq is still following in behind in 4th place. That's pretty much where he started. Bradley Benedict already made 1 place up, but we're having dispatch Shafiq Zuka 9 already to take P5 right now. So he's definitely on the climb. He still needs to get through Shafiq though, and he's still having a plentiful gap between himself and the number 88 car. But right now, look at Abdul Mikhail. He's back on the attack once more as Aaron Haikal, who has already taken his 2nd spot, looks like Abdul Mikhail wants to take it back. But can he get the speed though? Last time around when he tried to pass Nabil Aslan, he tried to do it around the outside but couldn't get the differential. This time he's going to attack around the inside. Doesn't quite find the braking though, as it looks like Aaron will be able to shut the door coming into the entry.
Aaron Haikal, very well done here with shutting that opportunity down for Abdul Mikhail as Aaron Haikal looked on the Mikhail looked on the inside to steal his spot back. We don't see any big changes here, maybe a few for positions 8 and 9 here with Aun Yu Wei and Fu Kwok Sing was able to improve their positioning here. Biggest drop in position will definitely be between Tamimi Tahang as well as Abdul Mikhail. They're losing out, but he is still in the podium. He is still in the top 3, so this is still very much in play.
Yeah, it's a 1 place drop to be fair for Ahmad Tamimi. I think like Lau Sing Kiat probably is the worst off though. He's dropped 2 places, so that brings both Ao Yun Wei and Fu Kwok Sing in 8th place and 9th place respectively. But we also see a lot of movement happening in the back as well. Lim Chu Beng able to get past Lee Wai Chong. Then we also had Danny Yip able to get past Zariel O as well. So this was going to be the battle for 16 as well as 14th place. But coming way off the track there. That's going to be Shafiq Samsudin in the 88 car going a little bit too wide off the exit of turn number 7.
All right, that's definitely going to be a warning there given towards vehicle number 88, Mohammad Shafiq Samsudin, and it seems that with that, Bradley Benedict Anthony was able to take position number 4 here. The loss of speed that was experienced by Shafiq Samsudin coming out and hitting the grass is definitely going to be very detrimental to him, but his detriment is going to be Bradley Benedict Anthony's biggest advantage here. Was able to capitalize on it and hold out the position number 4. Abdul Mikhail is going to be next on Bradley Benedict Anthony's crosshair.
I'm loving what I'm seeing from Bradley's side. Just so easily dispatched Sharizuka 9 like that, forcing him to go so wide out of turn 1, and therefore was not in position to take the turn at number 2, and then is now forced to defend against Shamsuddin, whom, going off the grass like that, I'm very bit concerned because there is potential for damage in the undercarriage of these cars because they're not exactly covered underneath there. It could be dirt or rocks that might be caught up inside the suspension parts there, or maybe even damage to the undercarriage. But nevertheless, it seems like he's still able to roll on and will just continue to go on. We still have 17 laps in this to go. Let's have a look at that once more. It's Bradley Benedict. Look at that. He already took the inside so early on. We already got Zuka 9 trying to go around the outside, but it was way too wide coming into turn 2. So Bradley was able to easily cut across to prevent him from passing. And then you already had like Shamsuddin already coming through, and therefore, Sharik had to basically block him coming out of turn 2 itself. So this is shaping up really well here for Bradley Benedict. He's already up another place once more. Just needs a bit of time to catch up towards Abdul Mikhail, but then again, that looks like a big gap. A 3 second plus gap now between Bradley Benedict and the next, and he still has to defend.
With 16 laps to go, there is still a rather... Oh, wait. Before that, though, we're going to be seeing a good challenge there coming in for Sharik against Bradley Benedict Anthony here. But Bradley just showing his capabilities here, shutting the door multiple times against Sharik, denying his ability to be able to steal that position back. And we do see that there is going to be a track limit warning given towards Sharik again, excuse me, for car number 22. That's going to be something that we're going to have to observe very, very closely here. And it seems that the race director as well, very, very eagle-eyed.
Yeah, I think that might be track limits around the final 2 turns. I could be wrong about that. There's not much information here about where exactly the track limit violation is. Probably Sharik himself will know exactly where it went off. But then again, if you do violate the track limits coming out turn 8 itself, that will give you an advantage going onto the main straight. So that's certainly something that will be heavily regulated here by race control. It has been regulated fairly strictly by race control in the past too. So Sharik knows at least this now. He's backed off a fair bit to Bradley Benedict. Hopefully he'll be able to close up to him by the time he gets on the straight. He will certainly have the slipstream to do so though. And Bradley unfortunately is not able to pull away as much as he'd like because he doesn't have the benefit of a toe in front of him because most of that is being hogged up by our top 3 drivers right now. Nabil Aslan still in the lead of the race. Aaron Haikal now having his hands full trying to keep the black number 23 car just behind him. So Bradley Benedict mostly has to focus on what's happening behind him. May be slightly out of position here for a podium, but then again, you know, you never know what will happen, especially coming around turn 2, going side by side now, up to Mikhail as well as Aaron Haikal.
All right, it seems that Mikhail and Haikal now, both of them going up against one another, with one being on the outside, one on the inside. We do see it from Mikhail. Will he be able to close it out? It seems that this could be an opportunity for him to be able to get that. Another track limit warning here being given towards Nabil Aslan as well as...
Whoa!
Oh, wait a minute.
Elbows out over there from Aaron Haikal as he comes right through, taking the racing line away there from Abdul Mikhail, forcing them both off of the track. So certainly doing everything he can to keep the car behind him, but it seems very obvious here. Abdul Mikhail is a lot faster than Aaron, so it's only his defensive skills right now that's keeping him in that P2.
All right, another, just to give a little bit more awareness for those at home. Track limit warnings here have been issued multiple times. I think in every lap there has been at least 1 or 2 track limits here. Maybe this could be a little bit more of a harder enforcement here because we do see that it is coming out from turns number 5 or maybe even turn number 8 where the track limit is actually, the track limit warning is actually being issued. So this could be withstanding issue for some of these drivers here, but we do see that there is a contact here between vehicles number 82 and 23. It is under investigation. This could be very, very detrimental to Aaron Haikal as well as Abdul Mikhail because of that contact. Do remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are all about safety here, so we do want to make sure that this this platform is definitely controlled well in terms of the safety of the drivers and those involved.
Yeah, this has been a major talking point, especially since round 1. You know, a rather infamous battle that happened in race number 1 in the super sporting class that resulted in a 10-second penalty affecting one of the drivers' chances of winning the race itself. He finished on the track in first and ended up having to give the place away and finish in 6th overall. So nevertheless, though, especially for these kind of close, tight racing, that's why these drivers always had to be mindful about their awareness around the environment around them at all times, you know, where the track limit is, where their opponents are going to be attacking them from. And these cars aren't exactly easy to look out of the window either. Not only, you know, you can see Bradley Benedict's one of his mirrors already smashed up, so you can't really see out of that right-hand side mirror. And trying to look from the mirror in the cabin itself, it's going to be blocked by the roll cage itself. So visibility is very difficult for these drivers here. They have to literally turn the necks around, and you can see already Sharik Zulkarnain trying to make a move here. So is Aaron Haikal at the same time on the first turn. Looks like he might just be able to make it here. Can he make it stick through the second turn though? Abdul Mikhail, though, he has the inside line. He will close the door into Aaron Haikal. No chance for him to snatch away P2 quite yet.
Very nicely done there. Aaron Haikal giving him, Abdul Mikhail giving him a little bit of a peek on the inside there, but closed it out beautifully on that second chicane. And I do believe that this is going to be very, very much in the best interest of Abdul Mikhail. Not so for Aaron Haikal, though, moving forward. But remember, they are still holding on to that podium position here for positions 1, 2, and 3. Bradley Bendick still very much nipping at the heels.
Yeah, I mean, the duo of them, Sharik as well as Bradley, have been fighting out behind while we've been focusing this fight between Aaron Haikal as well as Abdul Mikhail. And I think this is another piece of contact, I think, that happened between both of them. And that almost caused Aaron to go into a slide there. But nevertheless, he fought back so nicely through here. It looked like he was about to make it stick. Unfortunately, having to break around for the second turn, he was already way wide for that setup there. So that's why, the corners aren't exactly like a single turn that the driver has to navigate to. You always have to consider the turn that's coming up right afterwards. And in that situation there, Aaron Haikal, even though he did well to attack through the first turn, unfortunately, left him compromised for the second. And that was how Abdul Mikhail was able to take his position back.
Another track limit warning here being issued towards Mimi Tahang in vehicle number 70. That's going to be something that we're going to be observing. As I said beforehand, it's always coming up from turns number 7, 8. That's where we're going to be seeing most of the track limit warnings being issued here. So I'm thinking that maybe from a more technical standpoint, right, Victor, maybe there could be a different enforcement or maybe even a tighter enforcement coming up from that particular turn here because of the amount of advantages, like you have said beforehand, coming into that long straight. Maybe that could play into the factor here.
I mean, that's one place. We're going to be looking at the other place as well. It's going to be around turn 4. That's where we saw both Abdul Mikhail and Aaron Haikal also have contact causing them to go outside. So these are the two main points on this track here. They're always constantly monitored by race control and ensure they don't violate the track limits here. And for them, the rule is simple. At least one or two of the wheels had to be inside on the track beyond the white line at all times. If they go past the white line itself, that's considered already out. So even if you're out by even just a millimeter or 5 millimeters, doesn't matter, an out is still an out. So therefore, these drivers have to always straddle the line whenever they come out these exits here, because especially on turns like turn 8, super critical for them to get a fast exit out there so they can carry maximum speed through the main straight.
And as we're coming out here, we are just very much aware of how many laps left behind, with a total of 9 laps already in the pocket. We have a total of 11 more laps to go. Still a lot of time. Still a lot of laps, for Nabil Aslan, for Abdul Mikhail as well as Aaron Haikal to be able to trade positions with one another depending on Aaron Haikal's capability to catch up towards Abdul Mikhail. Not too far off here in terms of the timing. We don't see any big changes in positioning with Muhammad Amirul Haikal actually from position 11 was able to overtake Avanta Mimi Tahang. And this could be a big foreshadowing here for some of these drivers to be able to push up forward. Dato Daddy Yip already falling down towards last position here with Ashen Chanmuganathan, Tan Siu Chong, Amir Mirza, as well as Muhammad Alif Shauki, being able to improve their positioning.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of racing actually happened behind there. Just happened off screen. I wonder what happened to the side of, I think that was Amir Haikal's car. You could see clearly a smash into his passenger side door, and I think that might be a bit of contact that's sustained during the race itself. In particular, look at the car right behind there. And the car number 29 has his bumper almost hanging out there. Oh, I'm hoping there's no puncher going on there, but certainly the car is certainly looked at better days here for sure, but then with the bumper hanging like that, that's not going to bode well for their aerodynamics. No less a drag coming up from the side there. Look at that. I think there's a bit of lining from the under the wheel well that's actually pouring out there. It's making it hard for him to actually keep in control. He almost went way off the track there. This might be an opportunity for 86 Arin Mirza Shami to actually start to make his attack.
And I think it's going to be very interesting to note here, coming in from what you said, aerodynamics as well. The overall drag that's coming in because of these little bits and pieces that is causing him to not being able to utilize the full potential of his vehicle. We're going to be seeing it there. Oh my goodness, there's a little bit of danger there. Definitely going to be something that we need to witness here, or at least get a little bit more of a deeper understanding of from Alif Shauki here. It's definitely going to be a struggle with all these loose pieces, bits and bobs hanging about his vehicle.
Lap to lap, like Alif Shauki is going to have his car a lot slower compared to Armin Mirza's car, which is almost virtually unscathed. So he's certainly trying to take opportunities. Now he's going to try to make the pass. I think it will happen here at turn 4, unless the braking is working out well for Alif Shauki somehow. He's able to stay ahead coming through turn 4. So I wonder how exactly he's going to try to defend against this next one now. I think it's pretty much a done deal now. Finally, Armin Mirza is able to get past here. This is going to be for P16. He's now ahead here and shouldn't have no problem catching up to the rest of the field.
And it seems that Ale Shauki's driving potential here is definitely hampered by the little bits and pieces hanging about this car, hanging about his vehicle. But we are going to be going back towards Abdul Mikhail as well as Aaron Haikal. We're going to be seeing it again, a little bit more of the previous lap here. Both of them exchanging positions just for a bit before Mikhail closes it out against Aaron Haikal. But Aaron Haikal here still very much in competition as he comes out a little bit wide coming out from that turn.
A little bit too wide there, but Andi Mikhail takes a position away from him though, so now he's up back into P2, and Aaron Haikal now has to play chase here, or rather play the hunter in this case. Going around the outside, turn 4 will not be able to outbrake Andi Mikhail, looks like, as they turn around, but look at that though, he is able to take the outside, go way off there onto the grass even, to try to get alongside him going down to turn 5, and this is crucial because the inside line now favors Aaron Haikal. It will not favor him by the time to get to the next one, but if he's able to keep his car just ahead, might be able to keep him true, but nevertheless, Abdul Mikhail still keeps his nose just alongside his fender and will retake the racing line once he turn around for the switchback through turn 6.
Very nicely done there from both Mikhail as well as Abdul Mikhail and Aaron Haikal, both of them showing very, very high potential here. Coming out from that final turn, heading into the long straight. But look at that, as you can see from our map, off screen, of course, Nabil Aslan very much ahead here, and I think it alludes to the fact that for our talking points here, for Nabil Aslan, I think it was a maximum of 10-second lead, if I'm not mistaken, that he was able to garner in the previous race. So this could be more of the same for Nabil Aslan if he keeps it up.
Again, like we knew this was going to happen. He's like an extremely fast driver, extremely fast race pace as well. So it's no surprise to still see him in the lead even until now. And especially with Abdul Mikhail and Aaron just constantly fighting each other, they're definitely losing time compared to Nabil Aslan. Which makes me think that, you know, in order to really fully effectively challenge Nabil in like a championship like this, you need to be able to out-qualify him, I feel, in order to keep him under pressure. Because otherwise, he'll be able to run away with this lead and stay unchallenged all throughout, where everyone just fighting for the other grid slots for the podium here, especially like what we're seeing right now before our eyes with Abdul Mikhail and Aaron Haikal, and we even have Sharik starting to get in on the action too. Aaron having a nice slipstream of Abdul Mikhail. Is he trying to set up for a long side pass, maybe through turn 8 itself? This could be exciting now, seeing them come through. Drifting around towards turn 6. Turns 5 and 6, you have to be so ginger on those cars because a slight error will cause you to slide out, especially when the grip conditions are not well. But Aaron Haikal has done well so far to make sure that he stays right on Abdul Mikhail's tail. Takes a slipstream on the main straight now. The problem is he needs to close that gap. He needs to have a huge differential in lap time between himself and the number 23 car in order to make the pass. And the whole time, Sharik is just just staying on Aaron Haikal's tail as well. He wants to capitalize should something happen between our number 2 and number 3 position drivers as of right now.
All right, and we may actually see no changes here in some of the positions, but we do see some crazy effort here. This could actually be the story of, the overall ending of the race here, if these 7 laps are completed with Nabil Azad still maintaining their position, already coming out, already heading into turn 4 as some of the drivers are coming out from turn 3. That's definitely a pace beyond measure, and we do see that there is an opportunity for him to actually go to super sporting class in the future. That's definitely on the horizon for him if he keeps this up.
And who's making a campaign for super sporting as well. Sharik able to take the inside on Aaron Haikal right now, takes a position away from him through turns 5 now. Oh boy, this is looking like a spicy one. It looks like he does have enough speed to catch up to Abdul Mikhail as well, but nevertheless, you know, keeping Aaron Haikal behind him as he gets through the final turn is more important than trying to attack for the lead here. He's already completed the move. He's already maintained his position. He will come across the line in P3.
All right, P3 could be on the horizon for him as we are going to head through it, and it is going to be Sharik Zulkarnain actually holding on towards position number 3, taking it away from Aaron Haikal, but we may see some development here happen.
Yeah, he's coming alongside. He's attacking Abdul Mikhail now on the entry into turn 1. Abdul Mikhail nevertheless has a much tighter line, but watch out for Aaron Haikal. Sharik has to block him in the turn 2. Ooh, look at the way he cuts across, but Aaron Haikal comes right through, takes it inside. Nevertheless, he has to close it out on the outside there in order to maintain his position, but Sharik, he's still able to hook in through turns 3 here. It's going to be a drag race all the way uphill as we get to turn 4.
The pace that these drivers in the sporting class are showing is definitely giving some of the members of super sporting class a bit of a run for their money here. Definitely going to be watching it very, very closely here for a lot of these drivers in the pits. But we do see that, we do see a little bit of a contact there, if I'm not mistaken. And it's going to be wheel to wheel for a lot of these drivers looking towards improving their positions. But as I said it time and time again, Nabil Aslan still very much ahead here, coming out of turn number 8, and it seems that this could be the Nabil Aslan show if he keeps this up. But for position number 2, it's still up for grabs here as Sharik Zulkarnain looking towards closing that gap between himself and Abdul Mikhail.
Yeah, oh boy, this is some amazing racing we have, and we still have 5 laps to go here, ladies and gentlemen. It's not over till it's over here, and Aaron Eichel will have to learn that the hard way from this point on. Look at how far Nabil Aslan is compared to the second place, third place, and fourth place respectively. He is in a race of his own right now. Nothing could stop him, save for divine intervention at this point. But nevertheless, the race is still very much on right now for Aaron Haikal. The third podium spot here offers you bonus points compared to just making up a place, in the midfield. So that's why it's so heavily contested right now in this race here. And actually, we haven't really talked much about this, but Bradley Benedict had a little bit of a spill, causing him to drop down to P6 right now. But he's already caught up back to Shafiq here in car number 88, and he's looking to try to chase him. With 5 laps to go here, could be a potential for Bradley Benedict to try to upgrade him to 5th place. Should he be able to keep this up?
All right, that's going to be very, very much on Bradley Benedict to be able to close out the door onto Mohammad Shafiq Samsudin. But it seems that with a bit of a lapse of judgment here, it seems that Bradley Benedict was dropped down to his position number 6 from his 4th position, if I'm not mistaken here, with Aaron Haikal currently holding his position, Shafiq Samsudin, and then Bradley Benedict Anthony. He needs to get past 3 drivers here if he wants to end up at the top 3 for him.
Yeah, still pushing very hard here. Aaron Haikal against Sharik Zulkarnain. Car number 22, the red car being ahead right now, is in P3. And Aaron Haikal wants to have his position back. The whole time, though, Abdul Mikhail is able to build somewhat of a gap, but not enough to pull away from this battle here. So if he were to slow down and make a mistake, he was very much still have his second position in threat here. Now we got Bradley Benedict towing right behind the number 88 car here of Shafiq Ali, but he's still trying very best. He couldn't get fast enough to get alongside through turn 1, so I think he'll still try again. He's still got 4 more chances to go, to be fair. But I think for Bradley Benedict, if he wants to keep his hopes of maintaining a championship challenge here to Nabil Aslan, he needs to make up points in this first race.
And that's going to be something that he needs to be very, very well aware of here. As we do see that Mikhail as well, Sharik Zulkarnain, Aaron Haikal, Shafiq Samsudin, and Bradley Benedict here make up our top 6 with Kenneth Koh, Fu Kwa Singh, Aun Yu Wei, and Muhammad Amirul Haikal here making our lower 10s. And we do see that for a lot of these drivers coming out from these turnings, it is going to be rather imperative for them to be able to close out effectively and efficiently here. But we do see that Nabil Aslan is no stranger towards being effective and efficient, holding on towards quite a considerable lead compared to him and Abdul Mikhail, plus 6.944 of a second of seconds here between them. And I think that's going to be something that is very, very much on the bragging making Nabil Aslan feel extremely great about himself here. But remember, we have seen time and time again that some drivers in the lead have lost it due to some lapse of judgment or some technical error. So do not sing the praises of Nabil Aslan yet, though, but definitely be well aware of the fact that he is holding on towards that position very, very well with a pace not seen by a lot of his other drivers. I don't think he can even see some of the drivers in his rearview mirror.
I think you're going to see them on the main straight. But I'm looking at Sharik's car right now. He's slipping and sliding a lot, especially through turn 2 just now. So I'm slightly worried that he might be running out of grip, which is why he's going so aggressively to try to take the position here from Abdul Mikhail. But Mikhail should be able to take the position back straight away. A little bit wide there for Sharik Zulkarnain, so he will fall back yet again into that spot just behind Abdul Mikhail. So right now, I'm worried that these Access Sport cars are losing out grip towards the end of the race. We've seen this happen before in round number 1 itself. So I wonder if Sharik at the moment is having a bit of a hard time to try to keep his car on the straight and narrow here on this track, because without a lot of grip here, and with still 2 laps to go, this could be a very tough race here if he wants to try to keep hanging on.
And if he wants to keep hanging on, 2 more laps to go here, it's very important for him to just maintain that positioning for him, assuming that these 2 laps are sufficient for him to be able to bring his vehicle up to speed and at least try to overtake and improve his positioning. But if this is going to be the case here, safety is going to definitely be on his mind here as he's able to walk away.
I think what's on his mind right now is that he just wants to keep attacking up to Mikhail until the end of this race, just keep him under pressure constantly here, hoping to maybe force out a mistake somewhere in that first turn. But nevertheless, he's pushing that car so hard right now that I'm only slightly concerned for Sharik right now that he may be losing a lot of grip as a result. Look at how aggressively he takes the inside going to turn 4. A tap on the back as well there for good measure, but Abdul Mikhail loses out on the exit of turn 4 right now. So that's Sharik now in P2 and Abdul Mikhail in 3rd.
Oh, very interesting here for Sharik being able to close it out. Let's take a look at the replay here coming in. Look at that slipping and sliding here coming into it, but look at how aggressive Sharik comes in. And as you can see again already, as you have said in the just previously, that with the grip losing out, Sharik definitely wants to play this as not to say recklessly, but within reason. This is the final lap to go. It's very important for Sharik to maintain that second position here with Abdul Mikhail not too far behind him. This could be the last opportunity here. 8 more turns to go before he gets back into it. Will Sharik be able to hold that second position, or will Abdul Mikhail be able to steal it away? Sharik Zulkarnain now still very much far away from Nabil Azlan. Nabil Azlan very much out of position. Out of threat, out of
Contact between Sharik as well as Abdul Mikhail. Sharik has been turned around completely. Abdul Mikhail continues to roll on, but Sharik is dead in the water right now. His car has stalled. He's already got it restarted now, but how many places has he lost as a result? Massive disaster there for that race. Let's have a look at that replay again. This was a transition coming to his turn 2. Sharik was already a little bit wide there. He tried to turn in, not realizing that Abdul Mikhail has already taken away that racing line. So such an unfortunate mistake there, but he now loses out on the opportunity for a podium here, ladies and gentlemen.
The last lap curse is very real. We've seen it in the previous race as well. That some drivers that were holding on to his podium position losing out just because of a small racing line mistake. We have seen it time and time again happen. And with the last lap happening out just the way it is, Sharik is definitely kicking himself down and out. And that's definitely going to be a big win. Nabil Azlan there finishing up and in first position. Not too far behind him, though, is going to be some of the other drivers.
Oh my God, look at that. Number 88, Shafiq Ali makes it into the podium position. So does Aaron Heikal as well, passing him on the final straight as well. Aaron Heikal thought he was out of it. Now he's back on the podium. But the race is still not over for the guys in the back right now. Fuqua Huyong coming through and Ao Yin-wei and Amir Heikal very much racing each other to the line right now. It's going to be Amir Heikal to finish ahead of Danny here. Lim Chu Bang as well as Li Wai Chong also come across the line now to take the 12 as well 13th place respectively. Lao Sin Kiat has just come around here to come across and as well. Look at this other guy, Amir Mirza Hussein had to start at the back of the grid here. Only made up 5 places, and that was the best he could do under these circumstances.
Very unfortunate for, I think the biggest unfortunate drop in position is definitely going to be Sharik here. Very, very much an unfortunate attack of the wrong line here. And it seems that because of that, even Abdul Mikhail was definitely a victim here in terms of him losing out that positioning. but it was Aaron Haikal, Shafiq Samsudin, as well as Aaron Haikal and Shafiq Samsudin that was able to take advantage of the situation, pushing it out. These are the finalized scores, finalized positionings here. Nabil Aslan, first position, Aaron Haikal and Shafiq Samsudin in our podium positions. And of course, these are the lower half of the 21 drivers that were in play here today. Very beautiful racing from some of these drivers. Biggest winner definitely going to be Muhammad Nabil Aslan with a lead that a person can't even cough at, and is definitely going to be something that Nabil Aslan is going to bring back home with a lot of confidence. Going to instill a lot of confidence in him heading into the second day of the race.
Remember, round 1 for Nabil Aslan was a win as well for race number 1. Then race number 2, he climbed up to second. That's how he is in lead of the championship here for the sporting class. All he needs to do is to repeat that once more tomorrow, and he will certainly have an assailable lead here, because my goodness, how fast this kid is. The second of the Aslan brothers, first time in the sporting class, and already impressing everyone in the paddock here. And this is a strong statement here, you know, from himself, from Axel Sport as well, to show that they're going to be the most dominant guys here. He's pretty much going to be the guy to beat here in the sporting class, and I don't know, like, how would they be able to do it if they're not able to beat him in qualifying itself, because boy, this boy not only is fast on a single lap, he is able to start so well and just carry the race from start to finish. So I don't know, like, at this point now, he's certainly the outstanding performer here in the sporting class.
Definitely praises to be sung for Muhammad Nabil Aslan here. We are back here in the studio with me, Nick, and of course Victor. We're going to be looking into the highlights very soon, but before we talk about that, let's talk a little bit more about some of the other drivers here that were standouts here. I mean, we can't sing the praises of Nabil Aslan over and over again, but there are another 20 other drivers. But let's take a look at those highlights as we extrapolate that data for you guys, and you guys can see back at home what was in store for us. There was a little bit of drama here for some of the drivers, and it seemed that it was going to be a collision-free race up until the final lap here, Victor.
I mean, the start itself, you can see Nabil Aslan was able to pull away so effectively and to ensure that he stayed ahead of Abdul Mikhail, which was the main thing they had to do coming to turn 1, and he already pretty much accomplished that from the get-go. So that pretty much forced the rest of the race to be more of a contest between Abdul Mikhail as well as Aaron Haikal. That pretty much gave us a lot of thrills for the first half, isn't it? But then later on, as the race progressed on, you know, Nabil continued to pull further and further away. It was a 6 or 7 second gap all the way up to the last 5 laps. So Nabil Aslan pretty much had the racetrack almost for his own throughout most of this race here. And of course, like I said, Aaron Haikal had his hands full, you know, battling together with Abdul Mikhail. Did manage to pass him quite a few times and was looking to be on for a very solid podium position, and even elbows out, coming out at some points, particularly around turn 4. It seems like it's one of the most contentious corners here in this sporting class, especially for Aaron Haikal himself. Nevertheless, though, Abdul Mikhail was able to handle his own, you know, all throughout of that, and eventually Aaron had to back down, which basically opened up the door to Shari Zulkarnain, also from Axis Sports, to start to bring an attack onto Abdul Mikhail as well. And unfortunately, you know, that was where contact happened between the two of them. Hopefully we'll be able to see that on the highlights here soon, as we see that, you know, the battle just basically turned into a 3-way, you know, between Aaron Haikal as well as Sharik Samsudin. But nevertheless, towards the closing stages of the race, Sharik was able to get past Abdul Mikhail, and unfortunately a contact at T2 has dropped him all the way down to what looks like 7th place. So that's certainly, yeah, this is the contact that I was mentioning right over here, where that's completely spun around up to the Chicane 9 and completely ruined its race there. I think like race control is certainly going to have a look at that. So the results that we've seen so far, don't take that as final yet. There still could be changes if penalties were to be applied. But one thing's for sure, Nabil Aslan led this race through and through, takes the win here in spite of having 30 extra kilograms of ballast. That made it pretty much a dominant race number 1 here for Nabil Aslan.
30 kilograms of added weight to the weight balance, are locked into Nabil Aslan's vehicle, yet was still able to leave the rest of the drivers in the proverbial dust. And I do think that that's going to be something to shout about for sure for members of Axel Sports. And I do think that for what it's worth, Nabil Azlan definitely has something bright ahead of him, shining, and of course, maybe even a prospectful career in the super sporting class. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, right? We still have 2 more races to go in the super sporting and rookie classes, and of course the promotional class that is very much a favorite for those viewers at home to watch some of your favorite celebrities duke it out on the Sepang International Circuit. But the weather is fantastic. It seems that there is no wetness involved here in terms of weather, and I think that it's just going to be a conducive environment for some of our drivers to push the limits and, of course, break down some barriers here that have been set up by some of our drivers, like Nabil Azlan, who's been very comfortable in that lead position.
Yeah, and especially crucially, you know, that Bradley Benedict underperformed a little bit in this race number 1.
I agree.
Though to be fair, like he had a lot to contend with on his part. Like he was involved in a 3-way battle for P4, P5, and P6. So it was a very tough race for him. Nevertheless, though, I think he still managed to finish ahead of Kenneth Cole. So that still maintains a good position on the championship right now. But nevertheless, the gap between himself and Nabil Azlan will continue to widen up if he's not able to catch up on these points. With race 2 being reverse grid though, with him possibly starting in the first row, barring any like changes to the final results here, I think he might be on track to give a good response in tomorrow's race here. And if he does win race number 2, I would say championship is still very much on between him and Nabil Azlan.
And I think that's going to be a case for Nabil Azlan to actually maintain himself in that position. But of course, I feel that the competition is definitely going to just heat up here, despite the fact that Nabil Azlan had a rather uncontested lead. We did see that the podium positions of 2nd, 3rd, and 4th were very much contested by a lot of our drivers. We did see some crazy changes of positioning, but I think that the biggest thing that is that last lap curse that happened towards Sharik. Very much unfortunate for him, and I feel that that story is definitely going to be something that we're going to be talking about quite a bit. But until then, we do have quite a bit of activities for you guys at home. But until then, that's enough from us at the studio. Let us go over to our host, Nas, on the paddock. We'll see you there.
All right, thank you very much to our casters. Terima kasih Nick, terima kasih kepada Victor as well. And what an exciting sporting class. That was the first race for this round 2 of season 6. And congratulations to Nabil Azlan cruising his way to victory. Tapi at the same time, congratulations to Aaron Haikal daripada belakang. Dan alamak, untuk Encik Mikael kita from 23 Motorsports. Lots of thrills and spills over on that side, but could not maintain 2nd place. And Sharik from Axel Motorsports, my goodness, I think a little bit of inexperience there, losing out on that 3rd spot in the very last lap. So of course, we'll take a look at the standings, barring any interference or any discussions from the marshals. That should be the results. We'll share it with you at the end of the race day today. Now, we're going to be over with the ambassador of Toyota Gazoo Racing dan juga driver kita untuk Prima Pearl. Dago Jan,
how are you?
It's great to see you back here for round 2, and it's a night race as well.
Yes.
So I remember from the last conversation we had during round 1, you've had some issues with the setup of the car. You were not 100% happy with your setup. So leading into round 2, what are your thoughts with your machine?
Well, it hasn't been going great so far. So we decided to cut our losses. We've gone with a fresh engine, but we're still down. So yesterday, based on qualifying times, we're actually still down by about 3 kilometers per hour in terms of top speed. Yeah, so that's affecting our time. But again, we are trying to diagnose what the issue is. It's still a long race, 20 laps, looking forward.
Looking forward, of course, semangat juang tu tak kunjung kalah. But what I see this time around, as we take a look at the qualifying results, we've got Laser Motorsports, 2 places in front of you in pole position and 2nd position. You've got Axel Motorsports in 3rd and 4th place before Mitchell Chia propping up 5th. Is this strategy or is this just something you guys need to work on?
No, I think the teams have done a great job. The young guns are definitely proving a point out there. In terms of lap times, have been slowly improving, really quick. So we tried to string something together as a team, but between the two sectors, we couldn't string it together to get a fast time. So it's a bit unfortunate. On my end, I was just trying to pick up the pieces and trying to get as much slipstream as I could. So that put us in 7. But again, 20 laps, a lot of things can happen in 20 laps. So I'm looking forward to the race.
Well, let's hope it's no more picking up the pieces, more like blazing the trail as what we're talking about. And of course, speaking about blazing the trail, we're taking a look at the rookies moving up to sporting class, now super sporting class. We take a look at Nakib Azlan, the revelation, as well as Hayden Haikal as well, doing very well for their respective teams. What are your thoughts with their progression moving forward?
Oh, it's great. I mean, you can see that they come from the rookie program. They've gotten a good training platform, and they are shining now. In the super sporting category, they're really giving us a run for our money. So that's really good on the overall part. But it makes work a bit harder on our end. But yeah, we're always up for the challenge.
Some of the fans, you read the comments, right? They say, oh, these rookies are very, very small size. That's why Tengku Jan already heavy. He's already, dia sudah dimakan usia, dia suka makan banyak, dia gemuk sikit. Could that be a factor?
Well, I mean, we still control the weight of the car with the driver. So, as a team, we make sure that we are, right at the limit where we want to be. So, in terms of weight, there's no big advantage or disadvantage.
No big advantage, no big disadvantage. It's all about driving prowess as well. But also, when we talk about the machines, here's a special surprise as brand ambassador for Toyota Gazoo Racing. I understand next season, season 7, 2025, we're going to see the all-new Vios in action. So, give me your thoughts on that.
I'm really looking forward to it. It's a lighter car, it's more powerful. I think the overall package looks way more performance, orientated versus what we have today. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Excellent. All right. And we as fans, we're looking forward to the all-new Vios in action next year, season 7. Watch out for it. Thank you very much, Tengku Jan. And the best of luck for your race, yeah? All right. That was, of course, Primo Supremo, kata Tengku Jan Le. And of course, he's been blazing the trail for Toyota Gazoo Racing, especially in sporting class. But of course, we see the emergence of young drivers blazing the trail, coming up from rookie class, and now they're making a name for themselves. So we talk about Putra Aram from Laser Motorsports, and we talk about Nakib Azlan from Axel Motorsports. Now they've got differing fortunes as they moved up the ranks. Now Nakib starting from rookie, Putra as well starting from rookie class, but totally different fortunes as we talk about their progression. Nakib, of course, mengungguli lah, katakan, rookie class, and of course making a name for himself sporting class, and now super sporting, leading the way as well. Putra Adam, somehow actually not making such a big name during rookie class. I remember I see potential, but then you start see shine, and I'd say he's a late bloomer. And now, qualifying times for the first time ever, you are in pole position. Putra Adam, how does that feel?
Feels amazing. Obviously, we've been working hard the whole season. In round 1, we had some problems during the races, but yeah, we put the car together, and during the qualifying, we managed to put it on pole, which is really amazing.
How does it feel? It's going to be a 1-2, yeah? Of course, Datuk Liu Kawai also grabbing a second position for this particular race. So, what are your thoughts for Laser Motorsports at this point in time? Good chance to have a 1-2 finish?
Yeah, the team did a really great job to put both of us in first and second, a front row lockout. But yeah, we'll be hopefully working together. And yeah, 20-lap race, anything can happen.
Exactly, and of course with first and second place locked in, there's going to be some strategizing in order. So, Nakib, do you think Axel Motorsports can break this strategy, whatever strategy it may be, from Laser Motorsports?
Definitely, I think that would be the aim of the game. We have 3 and 4, so the second row, as well as them, we'll be trying to work together to try move ourselves up in front. Ultimately, yeah. It's a long race. I think we have to be smart, pick our decisions well, make the right choices at the right time. But I think it's all about having fun at the end of the day.
I like the fact that you guys still have that fun factor. That you cannot forget that part, yeah? But we talk about expectation as well. So when we take a look at comments from fans and so on and so forth, Nakib, is he not starting in pole position again? Why not? So has there been a miscalculation, or is just one win too many, just a bit of ballast for you and as well as Hayden as well?
No, I think if we recall yesterday during practice, we had a big issue with the car. We were losing up to like 10 kilometers down the straight, so we were 2 seconds slower. So props to the team, got the car back in running conditions, had the fighting chance to be up front. So ultimately, glad to be up into P3 and having this opportunity to fight to the front. I'm not too concerned about qualifying because at the end of the day, the race is where it matters.
All right. Well, I think Putra will say otherwise. Qualifying, get in pole position. Now that matters a lot. But speaking about pressure, yeah. Now, just a question to the both of you. Well, you're in pole, and of course, Laser Motorsports first and second, Axel Motorsports third and fourth, yourself and Hayden Heikel. And that fifth place is Mitchell Chia, Prima Pearl. And seventh place, Teguh Jan, just looking out for that opportunity. So are you feeling pressure, not just from Axel, but also from Prima Pearl?
Yeah, in every race, I'll feel pressure. Before the lights go out, I'll feel so much pressure. But once the lights go out, no pressure at all, and I just go racing. So, yeah, as people say, pressure makes diamonds.
Boo! I like that. Pressure makes diamonds. How about yourself, Nakib? Are you feeling the pressure from Mitchell and Teguh Jan?
I don't have the words like Putra did. He had some good words just now. But pressure is good. I think it makes you work harder. It makes you really want to fight for that, the win that you've been wanting for. So ultimately, I'm glad that pressure is there. Because if there's no pressure, then you don't really have the hunger to win it. And yeah, pressure is always there, but ultimately you just have to keep it under control and make the smart decisions at the end of the day.
I think the really competitive drivers will use pressure as an impetus, as a catalyst to push themselves just that even further, half second faster and so on and so forth. So it's a nice race, night race. So to our fans out there, do you want to say anything in terms of strategy, in terms of being careful on the road, especially being a night race?
I guess I'm not going to give too much away. But yeah, the clock is ticking and I just can't wait to get in the car and race.
Oh, I said it doesn't matter, rain or shine, darkness, lightness, we'll do it anyway. How about yourself, Nakib?
All I want for the viewers is just pray that I win.
I win, not even the team. No, I win. That's what racing is all about. All right, Putra Adam, best of luck to yourself and best of luck to Mr. Nakib Azlan as well from Laser Motorsports and Axel Motorsports. It's going to be a really, really tight race moving into round 2 of Season 6 Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Challenge right here. Yeah. So thanks very much, guys. So at this point in time, we're also going to take a quick break right here because as we look at the time, it's 7:20 p.m. It is a night race after all, tapi kita menghormati Muslimin dan Muslimah di luar sana. We're going to take a quick break for Azan Maghrib, which shall be happening in just a few moments. But when we do come back at about 7:30 p.m., we'll go back straight to the casters and let's see what we can expect for round 2 here at Super Sporting Class. So for those of you who missed out, apa yang terjadi sewaktu race day 1 ini untuk pusingan yang kedua untuk Sporting Class. Wow, untuk Axel Motorsports. Ada banyak brothers pula. Nabil Azlan getting a pole position, memenangi pusingan yang kedua ini untuk day 1. Dan Aaron Haikal, iaitu adik kepada Hayden Haikal. So apa yang kita nak cerita kat sini, here at Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Challenge, it's about legacy. Yeah? You see some of these drivers starting out from rookie class about 5-6 years ago, 6 seasons ago, and then you see them progress. Bila kita nampak progression mereka sebagai drivers yang muda, ada yang tak dapat lesen. Sekarang pun tak ada lesen kereta lagi. But the important part is you are of course developing grassroots motorsports, and thanks to Toyota Gazoo Racing. Terima kasih juga kepada penaja-penaja kita, Toyo Tires, NK, Densu, Motis, Modelista and Kinto. Hampa anda semua, this race, Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Challenge would have lots of difficulty to be brought to the viewers out there. Jadi kepada anda yang sedang menyaksikan siaran langsung kita di Facebook boleh, di YouTube juga boleh, dan juga of course you can catch all the highlights at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Challenge official website. So catch your highlights over there, and also official TGR merchandise. That's the only time or the only place where you can get awesome Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia merchandise, especially if you're a big fan. So if you missed out earlier, I just came in with the GR Supra and the new GR Corolla. Awesome cars. You can check it out at Gazoo Racing Garage Toyota. All right. Nazruddin Rahman about to sign off as we observe Azan Maghrib, but we will come back. Don't go away, because it's going to be back to the casters as we await race 2. It's race 1. Day 1 for round 2, Season 6 of Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Challenge. Super Sporting Class coming out next. Don't go away.
Everyone expects you to be someone.
But what if you want to be someone else? What if that someone is unexpected, unconventional, unaffected by what others think? Untraditional, unfazed by demands, unstoppable, unopposed to change. That's when you become unordinary. Undeniably you. So go on. Defy expectations with the all-new Vios.
一言で言いますと、家族的でプロフェッショナルなチーム。モータースポーツを起点にしたね、もっといい車作りで、プロフェッショナルといわば私のような一般ドライバーが一緒になってですね、モータースポーツを起点にしたいい車作りをやるチームと思っていただければいいです。発表と同時に、こういうモータースポーツの場で、車を鍛えるというのがこのルーキーレーシング GR ヤリスの、ミッションだったと思います。で、壊して限界を知り、そこを強くして、そしてまた新たなネックが出てきた時にそれをまた強くしようと。水素エンジンを登場させ、やはり環境に優しいモータースポーツのやり方は一体何かというのを提案したいと思います。今回の水素エンジンは初めからモータースポーツのど真ん中の中に入れ込んで開発をやっていく、電気自動車のレースというのもいいんですけれども、我々自動車業界550万人の人たちが長年培ってきたこのエンジンというものも活用しながら、モータースポーツが持続的かつプラクティカルにつながるような一つの提案が24時間を皮切りにルーキーレーシングとトヨタ自動車が皆さんにご提供できていくんじゃないのかなと思います。
水素エンジンというのはガソリンに代わって水素をタンクに溜めて、それを燃料にしてガソリンのエンジンのようにエンジンでそれを燃やしてエネルギーを取り出して走っていくと。
トヨタは水素といえば FCEV 未来を出してますから、水素でもう車って走ってるじゃんって思う人も多いと思うんです。
未来はですね、同じように水素を燃料エネルギーにしてるんですけど、水素を使って発電してるんですね。だからエンジンは実はないんですよ。でも今回の車はエンジンがあって燃料が水素になってるだけなんですね。今まであったエンジンをそのまんま使いながら燃料をカーボンニュートラルなものに変えられるということは、ガソリン車を最初に出しておいて後々置き換えていくってことだってできるようになるかもしれない。だから車の作り方が変わっていくと思ってるんですよ。そういう未来の扉を今開けようとしてる感じです。
水素ってこうエコーっていうイメージがやっぱあるんで、
見せた方がいいかもしれない。見せた方がいいかもしれない。カーボンニュートラルにおける挑戦の旅が始まりました。このカーボンニュートラル時代において一つの選択肢に絞るわけではなく、いろんな今まで培ってきた技術をベースにした 内燃機関をもカーボンニュートラルに生き残り、かつ発展させる方法があるんではないかと。敵は炭素であり内燃機関ではない。こうした意志ある情熱と行動により10年後20年後の未来の姿が変わってくると思います。一戦一戦積み重ねることによってこうして仲間が増えていること。カーボンニュートラルは共感で動くべき。いろんな方々がいろんな思いを持ってここに賛同してくれてます。水素エンジンにおける2年目の挑戦、昨年よりも距離を伸ばしました。余分に走った分だけ我々水素社会の未来に我々の情熱と行動で近づいたってことです。ワンチームジャンプ。If we move this kind of activities, if we continue this kind of activities, all the people feel the same feelings, then everybody come to the one team, then we can make our future together. Number one!
Okay, one more lap, box.
Hi, my name is Mitchell Chia. My name is Nika Kimi.
Hi, my name is Azrael Asa. I am Ali Shauki. This is Gazoo Racing.
Toyota Gazoo Racing Spring Cup is a very unique series because it requires two drivers and you can only pair one super sporting driver, a sporting driver or any driver that's out there that's not in Gazoo Racing.
For para driving, you need lots of strategy and a proper one. And it needs to be solid for you to have a good race.
Having the best partnership in terms of similarity, in terms of lap times and consistency is very important.
I feel quite privileged to be able to get a teammate that's at such a high level. I can learn so much, and there's a bit of pressure that comes with it, but it's part of the game.
It's obviously an important thing to make a good relationship with your pair. So that's the difference I say with solo driving, because solo driving you're doing it all alone. So this one you get to compare and you get to plan what you want to do for the next things with your pair.
He doesn't have a lot of track time as compared to many of us here that's been racing for a long time. But I would say he's very quick.
For me and my pairing, so far we didn't have any problems at all. So I think we're all kind of this, both of us are kind of the same. So yeah, we've been karting together for a while now and everything, so we know each other well.
It was nice pairing with Azrael. He's been my teammate since the karting days. I'm very close to him.
You're doing a good job, you can do it.
whatever help he needs, I will provide for him, and wherever that he might be a little better than me, of course, I will also seek the same advice from him.
We want to get the most out of ourselves as a driver. We don't want to get the most out of the car. And if we can get a podium or a win from that, then that will be a good bonus.
Selamat malam, kita kembali di Liga Antarabangsa Sepang. This is Toyota Gazoo Racing. Musim yang ke-6, inilah dia. Round 2. Kita nanti. Jadi nampaknya ada masalah audio di sini. Jangan khawatir. Okey, semua boleh dengar? Alhamdulillah. Very good, very good. Jadi sekali lagi, kepada anda yang sedia menunggu, terima kasih kerana masih bersama menyaksikan siaran langsung kami di atas talian, di YouTube, di Facebook. Anda boleh tonton Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Challenge. Inilah dia, musim yang ke-6. Round 2 telah pun bermula. Kita baru saja menyaksikan sporting class tadi. Sporting class pada pukul 6.30 petang tadi. Jadi selepas ini kita bakal menyaksikan super sporting class dan rookie class pada pukul 8 malam nanti, dan pada pukul 9 malam promotional class di mana artis-artis Toyota Gazoo Racing kita TGR Family akan beraksi. Siapakah yang akan mengungguli round 2 atau pusing yang kedua kali ini untuk pusing yang ke-6? Kita saksikan sedikit masa lagi. Sementara itu, apa kata kita bersantai seketika as we wait for the flag off for race super sporting class as well as rookie class. Kita merindui seorang artis kita formerly of the TGR Family, tapi beliau kembali khas untuk anda semua. Kita menjemput kembali untuk persembahan istimewa Janna Nick. Di mana anda? What's up, Janna?
Assalamualaikum.
Alamak, toncik awak sangat comel lah. Ini ala K-pop beginilah. Jadi mungkin sedikit ucapan untuk peminat-peminat kita yang, Janna Nick, kenapa dia tak berlumba? Kenapa dia tak pakai racing suit? Apa cerita ni?
Okay, hai. Assalamualaikum semua. Hari ni Janna kembali buat pertama kali ke TGR sebagai seorang performer.
Janganlah sedih, jangan sedih.
Kalau sebelum ni kita datang sebagai racer. Tapi hari ni datang sebagai penyanyi lah.
Dan untuk memberi sokongan kepada TGR Family yang
Ya,
lain.
betul.
Jadi mungkin ada pesanan untuk selebriti-selebriti yang mengambil bahagian pada tahun ini.
Okey, pesanan saya just enjoy sebab memang TGR ni satu-satunya program yang melibatkan artis motorsports yang membawa kita ke bidang racing dalam masa yang sama, bagi kita peluang untuk kita race.
Itulah dia, bila lagi nak ambil peluang ni kan?
Betul, bila dah dapat peluang tu just enjoy and have fun.
Itu yang saya suka, just enjoy, have fun, live in the moment ya. Jadi sekarang ni kita nak tanya juga sebagai artis yang bukan racer lagi kan untuk Toyota Gazoo Racing. Perkembangan terbaru, saya dengar-dengar ada single yang terbaru, jeng.
Ya, saya pada 6 hari bulan ni akan record single yang terbaru dan mungkin akan dikeluarkan dalam masa yang terdekat juga.
Oh, tapi apa bahasa yang terdekat itu? Kita kena tengok TikTok ke? Kita kena tengok Instagram ke? Sekarang ni nak tengok TV pun, tak ada. Semua pelancaran di social media, betul tak?
Betul. Di semua platform akan dilancarkan. Kita memang tengah rush nak keluarkan lagu tu.
Jeng. Apakah tema dia? Kita nantikan saja. Sementara itu, kita dah lama rindu persembahan daripada Janna Nick di atas pentas ini. Ladies and gentlemen, para penonton di luar sana, berikan tepukan gemuruh untuk Janna Nick. Lagu pertamanya adalah
Akan Bercinta.
Oh my God, bercinta lah. Sarang hayo. Tepukan untuk Janna Nick, everybody.
Everybody, abang jangan bawa lari kerusi saya.
Oh.
Okay. Alright, you guys ready? I ready tak? Ready tak, Tam? Ready, Tam ready, okay. Baiklah, terima kasih. Toyota, terimalah Akan Bercinta. Setiap hari aku menanti saat kau akan datang bertemuku. Bila kau di depan mata, waktu seakan tak berputar. Melodi riang hatiku berbunyi. Walau hanya sebentar saja dapat aku melihat senyummu, cukup membuat hatiku rasa bahagia. Temaniku, genggam tanganku, biar kita sampai selamanya kan bercinta untuk selamanya akan bercinta. Setiap hari aku menanti saat kau akan datang bertemuku. Bila kau di depan mata, waktu seakan tak berputar. Melodi riang hatiku berbunyi. Walau hanya sebentar saja dapat aku melihat senyummu, cukup membuat hatiku rasa bahagia. Walau hanya sebentar saja dapat aku melihat senyummu, cukup membuat hatiku rasa bahagia. Temaniku, genggam tanganku, biar kita sampai selamanya kan bercinta untuk selamanya kan bercinta. Akan bercinta. Alright, okay. Cukup tak lagu akan bercinta? Kalau tadi kita dah bercinta, bila dah bercinta, kita akan mula rasa gatal. Jadi terimalah gatal. Kamu gatal, bukankah kau sudah berpunya? Jangan pernah engkau mencoba. Lupa sesekali, jangan pernah lupa aku. Bukan semudah yang engkau jumpa. Engkau bukannya yang ku cinta. Sejuta pilihan di depan mata. Kamu gatal, bukankah kau sudah berpunya? Jangan pernah engkau mencoba. Coba sesekali, jangan pernah coba. Sedalam-dalamnya keras, hitam jiwa yang selalu ditekan. Sejuta pilihan di depan mata, namun satu pun tiada yang mampu merajai jiwaku. Kamu gatal, bukan coba Okay, thank you Toyota Gazoo Racing. Love you always.
Thank you very much. Tiba-tiba bilang, awak rasa tak? Awak rasa tak? Dia, saya geruk-geruk sikit. Geruk-geruk. Thank you. Janna Nick, everybody.
Thank you, Amanas. Thank you, Toyota.
Kepada anda penonton Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Challenge. Baiklah, sekarang kita akan bersama dengan racecasters kita. Jangan lupa, kita akan mulakan perlombaan Super Sporting Class dan Rookie Class. Inilah dia, pusingan 2, Day 1. It's time to go racing at 8 p.m. Right now, it's back to our casters. Take it away.
What's up ladies and gentlemen, selamat datang dan selamat kembali ke Toyota Gazoo Racing Season 6 round yang kedua. Anda bersama saya, Matthew Isaac dan juga Victor Cass selaku pengulas rasmi anda. Dan of course, kita mix sikit. Saya menggunakan bahasa Melayu and he's going to be on English. We're going to mix it around. But man, what a race we had earlier just now. And that was for the sporting class, right?
Yeah, that was for sporting class 1 indeed. And like after this now, we're going to be going to the bigger boys. This is going to be the super sporting class.
That's why we're here, man. That's why we're here.
That's what we're here for. You know, the best, very best racers coming out all over Malaysia will be out here today. But not only them, you know, they will also be joined in by the rookies. So we have a really interesting wrap of rookies coming around this season as well, and they will be on track to join them in this next race.
Yes, so banyak perkara yang kita nak tengok hari ini. Lots of things that's going to be happening today. But man, talking about super sporting, we know the story. We know how things have been heating up, the rivalry. Everything is super intense. But what are you really expecting from this race, Victor?
Ooh, I mean, I'm expecting a continuation of this rivalry that's going to happen between Mitchell Chia and Nakib Aslan. Both of them right now separated by only a single point after round number 1. Yeah, 1 point, because remember, Mitchell, he lost out on the first race. He managed to win the second one. Nakib Aslan won the first race, but lost out on the second one as well. So they kind of cancel each other out. I think Mitchell Chia actually got like fastest lap during one of his races, so that allowed him pretty much to get that 1 point advantage. So every single point, I think, is going to matter for both of these guys here. And coming into this championship, now that we know that they're both on par with each other, a good performance by either of the two of these drivers today itself is going to determine a lot.
Okay, so you heard it there. You heard it there. Lots of things going to happening today. Of course, looking at the standings as well, we know that this is absolutely intense dan hanya satu point yang betul-betul membezakan antara Nakib Aslan dan juga Mitchell Chia. So I'm not sure what's going to be happening in our race later on. Ini adalah race yang pertama, ataupun boleh katakan race 1, dan race 2 will be happening tomorrow as well. So that's going to be another lookout point. But let's put our entire focus on race 1. Putting the two rivalries aside between Mitchell and also Nakib Aslan, who else we have that we have to really look forward to, Victor?
Oh, okay. So like, here's gonna be an interesting one. Tengku Jan coming in
Tengku
one more
Jan.
time.
Legend, bro, legend.
Legend. Tapi round number 1 didn't get a lot of points. He actually finished quite badly. Race 1, he got in a collision together with Alistair Yong, so that actually unfortunately dropped him down to 7th place overall when it came to the first race. Then in the second race, you know, he had to climb all the way back up because, you know, reverse grid only starts from 6th place onwards, so he had to start in 7th place. Thankfully, he managed to make up 4 places, so he managed to finish in 3rd. So he still has the points, still somewhere in the running, but as of right now, he's very much lagging behind all of the other racers here. He's currently sitting in 6th spot in the championship right now for the super sporting class. That's behind both, like Eddie Liu is behind Puja Adam right now, who, by the way, is qualifying pole position. What an amazing qualifying result for Puja Adam actually coming into this second round. But nevertheless, you know, Tengku Jan, I think, is very much it's going to be very difficult for him to try to climb back up in the championship. Most likely, he's going to try to play like a supporting role to Mitchell, because Mitchell right now is gunning for that championship here in this super sporting class, and both of them being drivers from the same team there, I would think that he's going to definitely lend him a lot of favors, for this round.
Absolutely. All right, so I think we'll be having a look on what happened yesterday, actually, on the highlights. So talking about what kind of highlights we're going to look forward, here we go.
Yeah, so qualifying yet again, was also around this time as well, yesterday itself. And I would say it was pretty much uneventful for the most part. Although, like, in terms of, like, lap times, it was a very, very tight race all the way to the top. And, given that this is also during dark conditions, you may not see it so much, especially the spotlights off the side of the track. But sometimes it can be very dark out on track here, especially in areas not well lit. But fortunately for these drivers, they're certainly very experienced when it comes to night race. This is not the first night race that these guys have gone through by any stretch of the imagination. But nevertheless, it's always exciting to see these guys, go absolutely all out even when the visibility is not exactly ideal.
Yep, so itulah yang kita boleh betul-betul expect daripada qualifying kita, dan banyak benda yang pernah sudah pun berlaku di dalam race yang sebelum ini. Tetapi on qualifying, Victor, who came on the very top points?
Yeah, so Putra Adam actually had an amazing qualifying here for him. Putra Adam, if you didn't know, he started off as a rookie here in TGR itself, then got himself upgraded to the sporting class and subsequently the super sporting class now, where he currently resides. So even though he has not won a championship yet, even in the rookie class itself, nevertheless, he's looking really strong this season alone. Mind you, we're talking about the former national karting champion here in Putra Adam himself. So he's looking to make the transition from the karts now to the touring cars here. And with this qualifying performance here, could potentially be someone to watch out for in round number 2 here, because he set a time of a 125.6. Not the fastest we've seen in this competition here. I think the fastest is still held by Alistair, 125.4.
Yes,
but this is such competitive time coming up from Putra Adam. That's put him ahead of Eddie Liu, who qualified in 2nd place. Then Nakib Noor Aslan, as well as Hayden Haikal. Nakib, he had a lot of ballast, 30 kilograms, I believe, after round number 1, having won that race. So now coming into this race here, that's certainly affected him quite a bit when it comes to qualifying. So 3rd place seems to be the best he could do right now. But at least he is ahead of Mitchell Chia, because Mitchell has qualified in 5th place right now, a time of 125.9. So, can pretty much tell that, if you're not under 126, you're nowhere near the top 5 here in the Super Sporting class. That's how amazing these drivers are in this class. I cannot stress this enough. But nevertheless, with Putra Adam starting on the front row here, and if he is able to convert this to a win, this is going to be huge now for the youngster here, because that's going to be it's going to put him immediately into contention right now as far as the Super Sporting Championship is concerned.
Absolutely. So itulah dia, tuan-tuan dan puan yang kita lihat sedikit highlight. We saw just now, the highlight was absolutely intense, boleh dikatakan. Putra Adam now eyeing on a championship. Kemungkinan kemenangan pertama di dalam malam ini, kita pun tidak tahu. But in the meantime, kepada anda yang sedang lihat di dalam social media kita, make sure anda like dan juga share live stream ini kepada anywhere, any social media ataupun any platform. And make sure anda komen juga who is going to be your main man to win hari ini. Kita nak tengok. And also, we also have our rookie races juga. So rookie races is going to be much more interesting to watch as well, sebab kita ada juga beberapa racer-racer yang nama-nama baru sebenarnya di dalam race kita ataupun di dalam roster kita, and we will talk about that a bit later on about our rookie races. But yang benda penting sekarang ni, make sure anda like dan juga share kita punya live stream sekarang ni, because we want to make sure we are hitting the viewers, we make sure we want to reach more numbers. So make sure you are sharing, because we are about to witness a super intense race di dalam Super Sporting tak lama lagi.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of like the viewers, shout out to all 1,000 of you watching this live stream right now from
thank
Facebook.
You so much.
Thanks so much for joining us here. This is going to be an amazing time to have here, because not only is it going to be a high octane race here in Sepang, it's going to be a night race as well. So going to be seeing a lot of beautiful visuals there, the lights streaking all across the racetrack, and plenty of thrills and spills to be had here. So yeah, like Matthew said, make sure you share this out with your friends. You know, you don't want to miss out on this kind of action, don't you?
Yes, you don't want to miss out. So I guess we will be having a look on our highlights on the rookie class, because we were talking about rookies early on, and here we go.
Yeah, so this year's rookie class is very interesting because we got a few new names to kind of like take note of, particularly Arif Azmi as well as Elson Liu. They've come out from the karting scene and now are dipping their toes into touring cars here, and the Vios Challenge is certainly one of the best places for them to get started here. So the two of them are actually going up against two E-racers themselves, and in particular I'm talking about Iman Danish as well as Nazmir Aslan, the youngest of the Aslan brothers here, also competing in this rookie class. So also looking to follow the footsteps of his older two brothers for sure. But both of them, Iman as well as Nazmir, are also E-racers themselves. So we're seeing this like this kind of situation where you have two different generations of drivers these days. You either have drivers, you either have drivers who like Arif Azmi or Elson Liu have the capability to join the karting championships nationwide and actually gain a lot of racing experience that way. But then on the other side, you know, you have drivers like Aslan, you know, Nakib Aslan as well as Nabil Aslan, both were E-racers as well before they jumped into the real thing. And that seems to be what Nazmir Aslan is doing. Iman Danish as well got quite a few good results as well in the e-racing world, and is now looking to try to start a brand new career here in real life motorsports. And you know, personally, as a sim racer myself, I could not be happier to see these boys being able to live out their dreams.
This is from virtual to reality, Victor.
Yes,
So they are showing an example. So hopefully those of you are watching right now, and maybe in the future you could be a potential racer as well. We might be commentating your name. You never know. You never know, Victor. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Just like in football, they say the ball is round. So over here, the track is, it has elevation, but it has a stop and it has an end. So yeah, we need you guys to start it. So that is what we're talking about. So here we go. We're having a look on our qualifying sessions over here, on the highlights for the rookie class over here. Arif Asmi, right, the name?
Yep.
Yeah, that man has been absolutely sensational. I was really pulled on his performance, coming from a karting background and now going fully focused on the circuit racing. So I guess they have a pretty good numbers there, Victor, on the qualifying.
I mean, yeah, certainly. Iman, I think if you look at the results there, Elson Liu was able to get himself pole position overall here for the rookie class, and that puts him ahead of Arif Azmi. So we got the two karters starting on the front row for the rookies class itself. Then after that, followed by Iman Danish as well as Nazmir Aslan. So the two of them will be sharing the same grid row together, just behind the two karters. And then you of course have like the other two rookies here, Yazid Razak as well as Azriel Azahar. They'll be starting just behind there. So, of course, you know, given that this is their first year of like full time in the season of TGR, you know, you can't really fault them too much if they aren't able to get a good time. But I think it's plenty looking at the speed of these guys as well, you know, in the rookie class, because mind you, they're using a platform that's slightly older compared to the guys in the super sporting class. So the fact they're still able to stay in the 126s, I think is already pretty impressive right out the bat here for these rookie drivers. So showing that, you know, even with like slightly outdated equipment, or I shouldn't say outdated that much. It's not that old, you know, the Vios. This is only like the previous generation Vios, to be fair. But even in spite of that, being able to qualify in the 126s show that these rookies certainly have a lot of potential.
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, there we go. We're having a look on our track today. We'll be using the north side of the track. And as usual, every season we have been using the same one. It's about 2.706 kilometers length. It has 9 turns in total, and it's an FIA Grade 1 circuit. Of course, the F1 world misses the track so much. We all do. Every Malaysians do. Every F1 enthusiast do. But right now, our focus is on Toyota Gazoo Racing. So, the Gazoo Racing fans, this is the moment to witness history yet again in Season 6, round number 2. So, there you go. The car number 63, that's Putra Adam. And he looks pumped out. Look at that. Man,
Oh, yeah.
he's ready, bro. He is absolutely ready.
And this is going to be an amazing one as well for Laser Motor Racing because, you know, they have basically a front row lockout, you know. So this is going to be a huge opportunity here for Laser Motor Racing to start to chase up to Axel Motorsports overall. But, you know, when you still have Nakib Noor Aslan so close behind and Hayden Haikal, you know, nipping on his heels as well, that you can tell there's a lot of drivers that Mitchell Chow would have to get through in order to catch up, or rather to continue that championship battle between himself and Nakib Aslan. So I think that's going to be one of the highlights we'll be looking forward to in the Super Sporting race. But then you can certainly tell that for Laser Motor Racing, their main objective now is to make sure that at least one of their cars is in the lead when they get through turn 1.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to name this entire rivalry chapter called Young, Fast and Fearless. Yeah, we're going to have 4 drivers that we're going to look forward to. That's going to be Michelle Chia, Hayden Haikal, Nakib Aslan and also Putra Adam. These 4 are one of my favorites. I'm not sure about yours. Kalau korang ni betul-betul ada your own favorites di dalam race ini, anda boleh komen saja dekat bawah and you can definitely put their names out. Maybe Putra Adam or you can go for Hayden Haikal. Siapa-siapa pun boleh. But for me, these 4 are my racers to watch, which is none other than Michelle Chia, Hayden Haikal, Nakib Aslan, Putra Adam, Young, Fast, Fearless. The chapter begins now.
Yeah, the chapter begins here indeed, ladies and gentlemen, as we await these guys to go out on their formation laps. Once that timer has gone to the 8 p.m. mark, then we'll be seeing these cars leave the grid and start to go out on the recce lap here. And again, this is in dark conditions, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the lights are already out. They're flooding this main straight out here on this north circuit. There'll still be plenty of lights all throughout the circuit, to be fair. There are still some places, though, that it gets pretty dark, and some drivers, like Mitchell Chia, for example, you know, he actually has astigmatism, so he actually has to wear glasses during these night races. So, you know, and otherwise, you know, he's a perfectly, you know, perfectly capable driver. But it's funny that even in these night conditions, sometimes, you know, the biological situation for these drivers may be a bit different. Some guys have perfect eyesight in the nighttime. Mitchell Chia doesn't, but yet again, you know, he will still have to race all the same anyway. So given that he's going to be starting in 5th position, this is going to be a very important race here, because if he's able to get up in the podium, that should allow him to continue to give the challenge here to Nakib Noor Aslan. And in spite of the fact that, you know, they have the ballast situation going on here, you know, that's also going to be an opportunity for Project Adam, for Eddie Liu to capitalize on this. So we're expecting this first few rows of racers, you know, will be constantly tossing it up when it comes to this race itself. We only got 20 minutes, you know, effectively about 20 laps of racing to go on here. So a lot of things can happen within this space of time.
Absolutely. So there you go. On row 4, on the number 7, we have Tengku Jan, Brendan Paul, William Ho, Tom Go, Elson Liu, and also Arif Azmi. That will be the rookie class. We've got to call on the earlier ones, but there you go, Iman Danish, and we also have Nasmir Aslan, Yazid Raza, and also Azrael Azahar. So that is all for the rookie class. Maybe missed out a little bit on the front ones, but never mind, you guys will definitely be having a look on the front later on. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the Super Sporting and also rookie class race number 1, and now they're going for a formational lap there, Victor.
Yep, they should be coming around the final sector now. So Project Adam leading all the rest of them to take up the grid positions here, to get ready for the race start. You know, particularly one of the highlights, you know, what the situation is going to be for Tengku Jan as well as Mitchell Chia, because Prima Pearl TD Racing obviously will be looking to make sure they can continue to keep the push towards Axel Sport as well as Laser Motor Racing. One thing they could do, because Tengku Jan is starting behind Mitchell Chia, is that if the race settles down and Tengku Jan is still behind Mitchell, he could perhaps try to bump draft him a little bit. Maybe using that in order to catch up to the Axel Sports guys, and especially the Laser Motor Racing guys. Perhaps that will be a way for Prima Pearl to potentially gun for a podium position.
Yep, so this is the race that will be starting very, very soon. So one last few moments to go, and we will be underway for our race number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Toyota Gazoo Racing Season 6, Round 2. This is Super Sporting and also Rookie Class, race number 1. The lights are pretty much going to go green, and here we go. And the race starts right now. And as we are having a look on Putra Adam, is right next to is going to be Lukawe, and let's see if there's going to be a moment for Liu to actually overtake. Yes, he does. That's a perfect start for this man as they're coming into turn number 1. What about on the car number 17 there? That is Nakib Aslan, who might be having a look on the outside line over here. But still, it is still looking like Liu is keeping up a very good pace in the first corner there, Victor.
Yeah, very, very tight through the first turn as well as the second as well. Nakib Aslan able to take the inside, coming right through. You can see Mitchell Chia taking onto the grass a little bit, getting a little bit bouncy there ahead of the Excel Sport car, but it looks like he's able to slip himself up into the third place, which is going to be fantastic here for, I think, it's either Mitchell or it's Jan there. I can't quite tell the car number quite yet until they come around here. It's number 61. So, yeah, that actually is Mitchell Chia right now in third place, and he's actually fighting for second there. He's got past Butcher Adams' car right now, and he's sandwiched between this Laser Motorsports car. He's only got one more Laser Racing car. That's going to be Eddie Liu in the lead right now.
Yeah, so Eddie Liu, and let's see what he's up to actually. And as we're coming into the Genting curve, and we are coming into turn number 9 very, very shortly, as we're still having a look on Mitchell Chia as well. And we couldn't quite get the number over here because it looks pretty blurred from here, Victor. It is a night race, but never mind, we have a better look from here. That is car number 6 that is leading right now. And that is none other than Eddie Liu. But right behind him is going to be the car number 61, Mitchell Chia on P2. And right behind him, it is going to be car number 63, Putra Adam.
And then right behind him as well is going to be Hayden Haikal in car number 81, followed by Nakib Aslan in the car number 17. A bit of a spill going on in the inside there. Looks like car number 3 is trying to hold his own. A bit of contact on the inside of the Action Sports car. He's going to wrestle his way to try to stay on the inside coming into turn 1. By the time we get a switch back to turn 2 though, I think he's still going to have the outside. In that instance there, may not be able to hold it on, but look at this. The whole time, Mitchell Chia has been just catching up to Eddie Liu now. The gap between them, less than a second here. I think we're going to be seeing an impending battle now for the lead.
Yes, so there you go, as we are having a look on the scoreboard on the left there, or maybe shall I say the name board. And there you go, Eddie Liu is in P1, and let's see about from this battle over here. And that is Mitchell Chia still trying to put some pressure on Eddie right now, but Eddie's holding a very good line as they're coming into turn number 6 right now. Let's see if there's going to be any sorts of mistakes, but looking at how Eddie has been driving, he's super calm. And Mitchell Chia right now just trying to have a nick on the inside line, but that is not enough. And look at the gap between both of them. It's pretty much a little bit far over there, but let's have a look on the number 63 right behind him. Is Putra Adam there, Victor? Is being actually pressured by another car right behind him. I just couldn't quite sure what's the car number there. 17?
Should be number 81.
That is number 17. Yeah, Nakib Aslan.
Nakib, no, actually it's Hayden Haikal directly behind Pritchard Adam there, so he's drafting him all throughout in the fight over here. I think around the inside there might be Freddie Ang in car number 3, who's had the round 1 to forget. Basically, he DNF of both race 1 and race 2. Today is going to be his chance to try to reclaim some of those points, and good thing he's going to be ahead of Brendan Ball this time, because remember what happened last time? He was behind Brendan Ball.
Yeah, boy.
A big crash to end both of their chances of getting to the points. So this time around, Freddie is already in front. He's already making sure that he's staying in that P6 here at this point. And with Nakib Aslan and Hayden Haikal just still chasing onto Pritchard Adam. They're looking to try to get into the podium position. The X Sport drivers are. But as of right now, the Laser Motor Racing cars are able to sandwich Mitchell Chia in this position here. So with Pritchard Adam keeping the pressure behind him and Mitchell doing the same onto Eddie Liu as well, something's got to give within these 18 laps, isn't it?
Absolutely. So tuan-tuan dan puan, kita mempunyai 18 lap to go sekarang ni, dan masih lagi kita lihat Eddie Liu yang sekarang ni berada di dalam P yang pertama, diikuti oleh Mitchell Chia di belakang, dan belakang Mitchell Chia adalah Putra Adam. Ini adalah top 3 kita, dan nampaknya car ataupun jentera nombor 99 dan juga jentera nombor 33 ada kontak di dalam turn yang kedua, dan mereka kena lakukan reporting kepada race director kita. Tetapi sekarang kita menuju ke turn yang pertama ataupun seleko yang pertama, known as Kuala Lumpur Straight. But let's see if there's going to be a nick from Mitchell Chia, who's looking on the inside, but still being blocked absolutely well by Eddie Liu at this moment. And he's not giving any sort of space for this young man that is absolutely hungry there, Victor. They want to get the P1, but Eddie Liu seems like, nope, you boys are staying right behind me.
Yeah, good defensive line as well going through turn 2, because it's one thing to block your opponent going through turn 1. It's a transition point between 1 and 2, the part where it goes slightly downhill that could be the most critical point in overtaking in this first part. And Eddie Liu seems to have that very much on the mind there, especially by staying on that line while Mitchell Chia just forced to kind of tuck in behind there. So nevertheless, though, you can see that he's still keeping Eddie Liu honest here, just making sure that he's under pressure this whole time. And, he's going to play the patient game. It's never about the beginning of these races, especially for a driver like Mitchell Chia, with the experience he's had in the World Touring Car Championship as well as here in the Vios. This has already been like his upkeep year. He's been racing in this since season 2, in fact. So nevertheless, for Mitchell Chia, this is yet another day in the office here. He knows exactly what he needs to do to win here. It's not about these first few laps. It's always going to be about that last 5 laps there. That's where everything is going to count.
Yep. Dan 16 pusingan saja yang berbaki di dalam race yang pertama kita, dan masih lagi Eddie Liu sekarang ni berada di dalam P yang pertama, dan di belakang adalah Mitchell Chia. Kemungkinan ada sedikit ruang untuk Mitchell Chia di dalam garisan ke dalam, dan inilah masanya untuk Mitchell Chia terus memintas Eddie Liu dan mengambil P yang pertama ataupun tempat yang pertama. Tetapi bagaimana pula pressure datangnya daripada racer-racer yang agak muda, yang kita betul-betul memanggil mereka young, fast dan fearless. Kalau kita lihat Mitchell Chia, Putra Adam, Hayden Haikal, Nakib Aslan, empat ni betul-betul memberikan pressure yang agak tinggi kepada Eddie Liu. How long Eddie Liu can stand this, Victor?
Oh, he couldn't stand too much. I think he's kind of psyched himself a little bit actually going to turn 1. He moved in so defensively to try to cover up Mitchell Chia, but then realizing that he went in a little bit too deep, he decided to try to straighten himself out onto the racing line. That is when exactly Mitchell Chia decided to strike, and boy, I mean, he made it look so easy. It's so crazy that was just a battle for the lead, and yet Mitchell Chia make it look like it was another day at a karting track.
Yeah, total annihilation from Mitchell Chia so far, who is leading this race, just overtook Eddie Liu right now. And looking at how this has been going on, the pressure is pretty much at the back there from P2 all the way to P5. As they are coming into the Kuala Lumpur Straight, as they're coming into turn 1, you can say as well. But looking at the gap, it pretty much not that far away. Anything can happen in turn 1.
Yeah.
And let's see if that is going to be any sorts of movement from Eddie Liu, who wants to take a revenge over here, who wants to actually get back his position. Tries to attack on the inside. There's a little bit of a kick to the bump from Mitchell Chia. And Mitchell Chia still holding on a very good lane. And the defensive has been absolutely perfect by Mitchell Chia, not letting Eddie Liu, although there was a contact now, Victor.
Yeah, a bit of contact, but that was perfectly within the allowable limits there. Just a little tap on the back there, and actually that might have helped Mitchell Chia more than harm him, actually.
Pushing him in the front.
Yeah, pushing him a little bit further in the front there, especially coming through turn 2. But nevertheless, that's pretty much going to be what Eddie Liu will have to do from this point on. Just make sure he stays on Mitchell Chia's back and constantly pressure him, just like how Mitchell was doing those last few laps. But, especially given that he pushed him very hard in the first lap or 2, I wonder how much performance or potential is still left in his tires, especially as his race continues to drag on. So it's by no means over yet. There's still a chance for Eddie Liu to try to take a position back from Mitchell Chia. But for Mitch, at the moment, he just needs to hang on for dear life here because, not only Eddie, but Putra Adam as well is lending a little bit, it's just stealing some of that tow from Mitchell's car as well. So sometimes, especially in these kind of stock series, you don't necessarily want to be the lead car because that means you're donating a less drag to the cars that are already falling behind you, and that's pretty much what's keeping Laser Motor Racing in line with Mitchell right now as we go for another attempt here. Going for a little bit of a feint actually, come around the outside, goes for the inside once more, but yet again Mitchell covers him up perfectly. Now we wait for the transition point going to turn 2. Mitchell still ticking to the inside, nice and tidy there from the driver from Prima Pearl GD Auto as he stays in the lead of the race.
Yeah, so nampaknya Mitchell Chia masih lagi yang betul-betul boleh mengatakan he's defending his position so far, dan 14 pusingan saja yang berbaki di dalam race yang pertama untuk hari ini di dalam Super Sporting dan juga Rookie Class. Kepada anda yang baru saja masuk ke dalam siaran langsung, ini adalah Toyota Gazoo Racing Season 6 round yang kedua, dan kita sedang lihat race yang pertama, tetapi kemungkinan Eddie Liu boleh saja melakukan sesuatu dan nampaknya sesuatu itu tidak akan tiba dengan jarak yang agak jauh sekarang ni daripada Michelle Chia yang to say he is leading the race at a very good pace dan Putra Adam might be having a look on Eddie Liu right now because he's just waiting for that one opportunity, that one mistake from Eddie Liu to actually take the advantage right now, Victor, as they're coming into the Kuala Lumpur Straight.
I mean, Putra Adam is playing two roles here, basically. You know, one is that he's staying close to Eddie and just making sure that even if Eddie falters in this fight against Mitchell Chia, he'll be able to step on the plate. The second thing he's doing as well is blocking Hayden Haikal and Nabil Aslan. That's the most important part because making sure that Eddie Liu doesn't have any pressure behind allows him to concentrate more on the fight with Mitchell Chia overall. So, meantime, I think that's going to be the two rookies fighting out right now. Nazmir Aslan currently being chased very hard by Yazid Razak, and looks like he's going to try to go around the outside. Actually carries a lot of speed, so he almost went up alongside the B pillar there, but unfortunately had to slow down all the way to the back there to tuck in behind Nazmir. But it looks like he's on the verge here, keeping this battle alive here for the lead of the rookie class right now, because as of right now, Nazmir is in the lead compared to all the rookies here. It's just Iman Danish is all the way down in 12, Elson Liu in 13, even though he started on the front row for the rookie class itself. Now Nazmir has already taken over that position and is keeping it away from Yazid Razak.
Jadi tuan-tuan dan puan, siapakah yang akan jadi pemenang? Kepada yang anda sedang lihat di dalam secara langsung, make sure anda komen bawah sekarang ni. Adakah anda tim Michelle Chia, Eddie Liu, Putra Adam ataupun Hayden Haikal dan juga Nakib Azlan? Sebab 5 racer ni berpotensi tinggi untuk menjadi pemenang. They are absolutely superb drivers. They are young, they are hungry, and they are fearless. They are absolutely driving the scene right now with Eddie Liu being in the middle. But let's see if Eddie Liu can say, hey, you young boys have a lot to learn as they're coming into the first, should I say, the turn number 1 of the Kuala Lumpur Straight. And let's see if there's going to be any sorts of move from Eddie Liu and Putra Adam right now still blocking Hayden Haikal at the back as they are coming into turn number 1. Michelle Chia still leading the race with some sort of a gap right behind him. There we see Eddie Liu, who is trying his very best. He also have two different things, two different roles here, Victor. One, he needs to attack this man, and another thing is he needs to be careful of his man at the back, which is Putra Adam. And Putra Adam is taking care of Hayden Haikal. So there's lots of absolute scenes that's happening right now as we have another 12 more laps to go.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, Hayden's teammate, Nakib Aslan, currently trying to defend the position against Freddie Ang, who is already caught up to the pack here, actually leaving Brendan Paul in the dust. So Freddie looks like he's on track right now to go for a challenge for P5 here, but he needs to get past the youngster, Nakib Aslan, who we know is extremely fast in spite of the ballast that's been added to him after round number 1. So I expect that Freddie Ang's still going to have his hands full anyway, but for now though, let's just still savor the fact that this battle for the lead is still so close between Eddie Liu as well as Mitchell Chia. Neither driver is giving an inch nor a mile to each other right now, and I think Eddie is actually pretty comfortable just staying behind Mitchell here because for one, you know, not only he's going to have the benefit of the tow, allowing him to spend less fuel along the main straight especially, but at the same time he's able to observe Mitchell's lines throughout his laps here, start to identify where are certain places he can try to attack, while be certain ways that Mitchell reacts to the kind of movements that he does, and over time, you know, over laps here, he perhaps will be able to find an opportunity somewhere in this and just save it for the last few laps, because, you know, that's where it's going to be counting, that's where it's really going to count there for Eddie Liu, because even if he were to try to make the pass against Mitchell Chia here, he still has to lead in front of him for another 10 laps, and in that time, Mitchell can certainly try to take the position back away from him.
Ya, so jadi kita terus ke seleko yang ketiga dan kita lihat Mitchell Chia masih lagi berada di dalam P yang pertama ataupun posisi yang pertama dan diikuti oleh Eddie Liu di belakang, tapi ada juga beberapa absolute scenes yang sedang berlaku di belakang juga apabila kita lihat Freddie Ang juga caught up in the top 4 sekarang ni dan beliau berada di dalam P yang ke-6 sekarang ni dan beliau cuba untuk mengejar Nakib Azlan yang boleh dikatakan we were having high expectation from that man, tetapi di dalam race ini nampaknya sangat-sangat tight sekarang ini, Victor, sebab looking at the gap antara semua racer-racer ni, it is absolutely tight. So ini dia termasuk ke dalam turn yang ke-8 ataupun seleka yang ke-8 dan kita menuju ke Kuala Lumpur Straight dan kita lihat jarak daripada Eddie Liu adalah 0.407 dan that is not much of a distance, tapi let's see from this long stretch Michelle Chia masih lagi mempunyai pace yang luar biasa untuk actually extend the lead daripada Eddie Liu sekarang ni. Dan mereka sekarang ni berada di dalam turn yang pertama. Dan Michelle Chia masih lagi berada. Kemungkinan kita akan lihat Eddie Liu cuba untuk serang daripada garisan ke dalam. Dan bagaimana pula dengan exit ini. Dan masih lagi kita lihat Michelle Chia menafikan gerakan-gerakan daripada Eddie Liu dan mengatakan there is no way to go there, man. I am still leading this race.
Yeah, and this is especially the most frustrating part for Eddie though is that because he's not able to get alongside Mitchell going up through turn 3 and uphill now towards turn 4 means he's not going to be able to bring much of a challenge going to turn 4 itself unless he goes way off the racing line, which could compromise his position here. And the last thing he'll want is to lose out on a possible podium because, you know, when you look at the championship standings in total, Eddie Liu is only 1 point ahead of Tengku Jan, and with Tengku struggling to try to get himself into points there in P9 right now, Eddie Liu is looking to be on track to make the biggest movement on the championship leaderboard by the end of round 2. By the end of round 2, race 1, should this position hold. So in any case, you know, it's more advantageous for him to stay in at P2. But with Mitchell Chia still being that close, you know, half a second gap between the two of them all throughout, and you know, the last lap for Mitchell was a 1:26.333. So it is as well for Liu Kawai. But as this race still continues on, I'm just wondering, like, you know, which one between these two drivers is going to be the first one to break out here. Nevertheless, as we have a look on the rookies one more time here, Nazmir Aslan still ahead of Yazid Razak for now as he comes across the line here. He's certainly on track right now to take his win here in the rookies class for race number 1.
Yeah, so it seems like he's having a good role. Right behind him is going to be Yazid Razak, who might want to put a little bit of a pressure, but it looks like the gap is not going to give him that sort of advantage at this moment. And let's see what's going to be happening on this later on as we are fully focused on what's happening on the race leaders on the super sporting class. As we can still see Michelle Chia is holding on in P1. But there you go. These young boys over here are trying to prove themselves in the racetrack. As we know, Nazmir Aslan is still leading this race so far with 9 more laps to go.
Yeah, here's another calculus for you to keep in mind here, because, you know, we will still have one more race tomorrow. That's going to be in the reverse grid order from 6th place onwards. And if this becomes the finishing position here, where Nakib Aslan is in 5th place and Hayden Haikal is in 4th, they'll be starting more or less in the front 2 rows in tomorrow's race itself. So, you know, you cannot still count out Nakib Aslan quite yet, even though it doesn't seem like he's going to be making a lot of progress in this race right now. Still stuck, you know, trying to defend against Freddie Ang for most of this race now, and we've still only got 8 laps to go. So unless he's able to catch up to Hayden Haikal and give a challenge for the podium here, it seems a little bit unlikely. We're going to be seeing Nakib directly challenge both Eddie as well as Mitchell Chia for this race here. Nevertheless, though, tomorrow is another day, and it's going to be another opportunity here for these Axel Sport drivers to try to catch themselves back up in the championship here. As we have a look at Yazid Razak right now, having a look at the inside, can't quite catch the gap there. Unfortunately, as Nazmir Aslan was able to close it just in time through turn 1. Now it's coming through another turn again, and cannot still find it through. Yet again, Nazmir Aslan stays in P1 for the rookie class.
Yeah, that is some superb driving there by Nazmir Aslan. But let's have a look on this one over here, the main highlight of our super sporting class. Michelle Chia is still in P1, and right behind him is going to be Andy Liu. Looks a little bit comfortable with Putra Adam, as they are from the same team actually, Laser Motor Racing, as they are in the podium position. And right behind him is going to be Hayden Haikal. And I'm not sure if there's any progress from Hayden Haikal to chase down Putra Adam there, Victor. But I can really see something's cooking right behind him actually.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was mostly Nakib Aslan trying to hold off Freddie Ang, but it looks like Hayden is starting to become an island of his own right now. Not really having much of a tow coming off of Putra Adam right now, so he's actually losing out in time compared to the rest, and that's allowing the top 3 of this race right now to pull even further away from the rest of the grid here, as Eddie Liu and Putra Adam continue to make the very spirited chase here against Mitchell Chia. But nevertheless, for Hayden as well as Nakib Aslan, even in this current position here, was still no doubt give them plenty of points, and they can still try to fight for the win in race number 2 anyway. So if anything, as long as Freddie Ang can be successfully kept behind there, I think this should be still a good race here for both Hayden as well as Nucky.
Yeah, so 7 more laps to go, and it seems like a proud moment for Prima Pearl TD Racing as they are leading right now with their main man Michel Chia, and I'm not sure what happened to Tengku Zhan, who's in P8 at this moment. But let's see if he's able to do something special tomorrow, because we have, I'm not sure if today is enough for him to climb the leaderboards, but focusing on the top 3, we see Michel Chia leading the race. P2 on for Eddie Liu. Putra Adam, these two boys, or shall I say these two racers from the same team, Laser Motor Racing, are having a role on the podium position so far. And that is almost there. The car number 81 there. Oh, is it? Yeah, 81. Hayden Heikal almost went off the grid there, but he got his control back and he's still keeping himself on the pace and not losing position to Nakib Aslan, who wished he was literally spun out or something, but that's not going to be happening with the man who actually impressed us last season. So, what's going to be happening for the Aslan brothers over here, Victor?
I don't know. I mean, again, it's just mostly trying to stay in place right now. I think pace-wise, Mitchell and Eddie are just completely match for match right now. Just going at exactly almost the same amount of pace here, although Eddie Liu does have like a 110 or 210 advantage compared to Mitchell Chia per lap. But nevertheless, Mitchell's brilliant defensive drive, especially through the first couple of turns and in the final turn, has mostly kept him in the lead now against Eddie Liu. So there hasn't been much opportunities for him to attack him for the lead. And, you know, bringing up Tengku Zhan once more, actually, he was in 9th place early on, has already overtaken William Ho to take the 8th place now. And there's still a huge gap between him to Brendan Paul, though, like 30 seconds to the leader of the race here. But I think there's about a 5 to 6 seconds gap between Tengku Zhan and Brendan Paul. Perhaps he could try to catch it up, but with 6 laps to go, his only hope right now is just maybe to gain an extra point here. The podium is very much out of reach here for him, though, so even in this late stage of the race here, unless divine intervention occurs, it seems like the field is way too spread out right now for him to make any serious climbs.
Ya, saya betul-betul tertarik dengan pacing daripada Michel Chia sekarang ni yang berada di dalam P yang pertama, walaupun beliau nampaknya ditekan oleh dua racer daripada belakang, daripada pasukan yang sama sebenarnya, Laser Motor Racing, tetapi beliau masih lagi tenang dan menghadapi cabaran dan masih lagi meletakkan beliau di dalam P yang pertama, and that is what I call absolute beautiful racing daripada Michel Chia. So let's see if this is still able to hold on as a long number or not. Dan kita masih lagi mempunyai 5 lagi pusingan di dalam race ini. Apapun boleh berlaku, things can really turn up at any point of the race sekarang ni. Dan let's see if Michel Chia is still able to hold on. His best lap was at 1.26.211, Victor.
Ooh, that's really fast.
That's really, really fast.
Again, he's been consistently setting like a 126.3, a 126.4, and that's throughout the entire race, mind you. I don't think I've seen him drop further than 126.4 or 5 so far in this race. So he's incredibly consistent when it comes to his pace.
Yeah.
And Eddie Liu was doing very well to match that level of intensity. But now, with 5 laps to go, you know, this is going to be the last shot now for the Laser Motor Racing team to try to gun for a lead here. Especially coming out this exit, you know, Eddie and Putra wants to be able to get a good exit out of this final turn, just so that it can keep Mitchell Chia within Mitchell Chia's toe coming into that first turn, and that's going to be absolutely crucial because if Eddie Liu wants to make a move, he has to make the move over here. There's no question about it. The thing is, Mitchell, you know, having so much experience as a driver, not just in series but elsewhere as well, he knows exactly what he needs to do in order to stay in the lead. Just cover that inside going to turn 1 and cover the inside going to turn 2, and make sure that Eddie isn't able to get alongside and start to creep up on his B pillar.
Ya, pelbagai cara yang kita lihat daripada Eddie Liu dan juga Putra Adam untuk betul-betul memberikan satu pressure kepada Michel Chia, tetapi nampaknya Michel Chia sangat-sangat tenang. He's still able to control whatever pressure that's coming from both of these racers and still holding a very good gap. Gap tu sangat-sangat baik sebenarnya antara Eddie Liu dan juga beliau, and he's still keeping the race at a very good run dan tetap berada di dalam P yang pertama. And look at this as we're coming into downhill into turn number 5. Look at the gap there, Victor. This is the moment where some races will go really, really fast. But looking at the pace of Michel Chia, it's absolutely scary.
Speaking of the guys behind, was that Freddie Ang who was like flashing his lights
Yeah,
going to turn 4 just now?
I saw that as well.
I think he's like keeping the pressure going onto Nakib Aslan his whole time. I mean, he's also in a position to try to fight for a position here, and that's particularly P5 that Nakib is currently holding right now. So if anything, this might be a chance, especially with Hayden Haikal being so far ahead. He's definitely not lending any toe right now to Nakib, and that's making it a lot harder for the youngster to actually defend against Freddie Ang. So there's 2 battles that could be possible here. Look at the outside. There's going to be Eddie Liu actually trying to hold his own. Almost gave a bit of opportunity there to his teammate, but nevertheless still stays on the back of Mitchell Chia through those 2 transitions. A little bit on the grass though.
That kind of slowed down Putra Adam.
For sure, yeah. That slowed down both of those cars actually. So now that's allowing Mitchell Chia to build an even wider gap now coming towards turn 4. And if the problem is that if he goes way too far, there's no more toe that Eddie nor Pucha will be able to make use of for the rest of this race.
Yeah, Mitchell Chia, all he has to do is just keep up the pace that he has, not to make any mistakes, because the mistake is pretty much done by both of them from Laser Motor Racing. As we have a look again, and I think this is the moment. Oh no, this is not the replay actually, but yeah, this is what the team that has been looking over there, as they are absolutely proud of what's happening right now. But man, Mitchell Chia's pace is absolutely really good so far, and with 3 more laps to go, I believe he might have what it takes to win this race.
I mean, there's still 3 laps, and
that's why I say might.
Don't say it's over until it's absolutely over, guys. Mitchell, he still knows he has to hang on for another 3 more rounds around this north circuit of Sepang itself. And, we got people in the garage just watching nervously as well. That's Alex Young he's the coach actually for the rookies in this competition. There's no doubt keeping a close eye on Nasmir Aslan, because he's so far been outstanding in this first race for the rookie class so far. But speaking of outstanding things right now, Mitchell Chia still able to hold his own turn after turn, staying ahead of Eddie Liu consistently now. And Freddie Ang and Nakib Aslan starting to get a bit of attention from race control as well. Looks like a bit of blocking maneuvers is starting to irk our race director right now, as a warning has just been given to both of them to just keep it nice and civil, as civil as you can in 2 laps of racing right now. But it's still points on the table here, ladies and gentlemen. They absolutely want to fight for these positions.
Ya, 2 lagi pusingan tuan-tuan dan puan, 2 lagi pusingan saja yang berbaki di dalam race yang pertama kita di dalam Super Sporting dan juga Rookie Class. Ini adalah Toyota Gazoo Racing Season 6 round yang kedua. Dan nampaknya jentera nombor 61 Mitchell Chia, I think there's a track limit warning there. It's being told by our race director, dan mereka ni masih lagi berada di dalam pusingan ataupun seleko yang ke-8 sekarang ni menuju ke exit. Dan ini adalah Kuala Lumpur Straight. Nampaknya ada juga sedikit tekanan daripada Eddie Liu di belakang, tetapi jarak exit ini yang memberikan advantage yang agak tinggi kepada Mitchell Chia, sebab pacing beliau mengeluar daripada exit itu sangat-sangat baik. Dan sekarang kita berada di dalam last lap of the race, dan mereka menuju ke dalam turn yang pertama. Adakah ini masanya untuk Eddie Liu menunjukkan sesuatu yang istimewa yang boleh saja memintas beliau, dan mereka cuba di situ tetapi tak cukup. Nampaknya sudah pun dinafikan oleh Mitchell Chia. And how about the exit right now? And it's still holding a very good grip. This boy is absolutely crazy, man. He's just crazy. Look at his driving cross over there.
Yeah, just absolutely hanging in there the whole time, keeping Eddie Liu at bay the whole time, and making sure that, he's exposing no weaknesses whatsoever through that first turn. And this is a perfect last lap for him so far, because again, through turn 4, this is not a place that Eddie could possibly try to attack. But then again, not being alongside Mitchell means that he has to lose out on the exit coming out here. He still has to tuck in behind that number 61 car for Prima Pearl TD Auto. It's come now towards turn 5 and turn 6. This is looking like a perfect redemption day right now for Mitchell Chia. He lost out on an opportunity to win race number 1 of round 1, and looks like he's come back for more now. The comeback is real here from Mitchell Chia as he comes across through the final turns now, just still holding on, still keeping Eddie Liu and Butcher Adam right behind him. He's rounding around the 9th turn, the final turn as he gets on the straights. Hands are waving, checker flags are waving. He takes the win in race number 1, round 2.
Ya, tadi diucapkan kepada Mitchell Chia daripada Prima Pearl TD Racing. boleh mengatakan beliau adalah pemenang di dalam race yang pertama. That was an absolute wonderful race from the start. Dan P2 jatuh kepada Eddie Liu. P3 untuk Putra Adam. Dan dua-duanya datangnya daripada Laser Motor Racing. Dan P4 untuk Hayden Haikal. P5 untuk Freddy Ang. Nakib Nur Azlan di dalam P ke-6. P ke-7 dan bagaimana pula untuk rookie, and there you go.
Nazmir Aslan taking the checkered flag for the rookie class,
Nazmir
finishes
Aslan
ahead of Yazid Razak, and finishes ahead of Azriel Azhar right now. He is in contention for the championship when it comes to this rookie class here. So unfortunately for Elson Liu and Arif Azmi, they finished like second to last and last place here in the rookies here. So I wonder if there's a bit of contact that happened between the two of them. It seems like they've lost out massively on points here for the rookie class, and that's allowed both Nazmir Aslan as well as Yazid Razak to fully capitalize on this.
Yeah, so there you go. The main man who just stunned us all with one superb move on the few of the other laps actually and got into P1. It's none other than Michel Chia. And what a wonderful day for his racing team, of course. Prima Pearl TD Racing, shout out to the team again. And that is what you do when you have a champion in your hand.
Hey, that's exactly what you do, indeed. And especially for, for Laser Motor Racing, I think today was still a really good haul. Even though Eddie lost out on the win of the race overall, that's still a healthy amount of points that both Putra as well as Eddie Liu has been able to collect this race itself. So I think they're certainly going to be looking forward to what they can do tomorrow's race when we'll be starting ahead of Mitchell Chia. So that's still another chance there for Eddie to try to get with the last laugh maybe for race number 2 tomorrow. But for now, let's let Mitchell Chia continue to savor his victory there as he gets corralled into the grid box right now. And not to forget our rookie drivers here. Fantastic racing we saw here from Nazmir Aslan.
A very good clap for these boys.
Yes, indeed. I mean, again, the third of the Aslan brothers who joined us in this Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios. And what a showing has been so far now. Round 2, and he's already picked up his first rookie class win here. Hopefully the first of many, as we are going to be continuing on with the rest of the weekend.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, tuan-tuan dan puan yang sedang lihat siaran langsung kami di dalam Toyota Gazoo Racing Season 6. Round yang kedua, race pertama kita di dalam Super Sporting dan juga Rookie telah pun tamat. Dan kita dah lihat dah pemenang-pemenang kita tadi. Dan of course, we will show you guys again siapakah pemenang kita secara overall. And what a stunning race di dalam race yang pertama. I hope there's lots of fans of Michel Chia on the viewers, of course, on the view list. And make sure anda memberikan sokongan yang terbaik kepada racer-racer favourite anda di dalam race pertama kami. Dan ini dia Nazmir Aslan. What happened to him today? That man who just stunned us all. He's young. And that's why he's in the rookie, and he just got into P1, and he's like, you know, this is the start of my legacy.
Following in the footsteps of his elder brothers, no doubt. I think it's only going to be a matter of time before we start to see the sibling rivalry between him and his other brothers. Yeah, especially, you know, if Nabil already in the sporting class, the super sporting class being held by Nakib right now. But amazing, amazing race here. Mitchell Chia wins out race number 1. Redemption day for him in round number 2 as he finishes ahead of Eddie Liu. Laser Motor Racing having taken P2 and P3 thanks to the efforts of both Eddie as well as Putra Adam. Hayden Haikal is able to stay in 4th place here ahead of Freddy Ang, who actually passes Nakib Nur Aslan to take 5th place away. So he splits up both the Expo Sports drivers here. Nakib Nur Aslan in 6th place ahead of Brandon Paul. Royal 47 able to get themselves a nice recovery here. He finishes ahead of Teku Jan Lei, who was able to make up a place here, even though he dropped down to 9th despite starting 7th. Then we got William Ho in 9th place, Tom Go in 10th place there ahead, and actually ended up mixing it up together with the rookies there. So that finishes up the Super Sporting class. As we look at the rookies here, Nazmir Aslan takes the win here in race number round 2 ahead of Yazid Razak. Azriel Azahar also getting himself his first podium here, taking the 3rd place overall in the rookie class race number 1. Iman Danish finishes in 4th ahead of Elson Liu and ahead of Arif Azmi as well. The 2 karters unfortunately finding themselves at the tail end of the rookie class.
So, jadi tuan-tuan dan puan, anda dah lihat dah all of our winners di dalam Super Sporting dan juga rookie. Dan kita expect a really good blockbuster, but today we had a very boleh dikatakan satu race yang agak technical sebenarnya. And to say they were absolutely professional, nothing insiden yang agak besar actually yang berlaku di dalam race ini. So I think it was a very pretty clean race today, but I think we're going to have a look on the highlights of what happened there, Victor. So let's jump on that, and then we will analyze you what actually happened. Victor has a lot to say on that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the start of the race itself was pretty fantastic for Eddie. Like, he immediately was able to gun past Puja Adam in that second row there, and actually took the lead even before they got into T1 itself. And from that point on, you know, Laser Motor Racing was looking very healthy for the lead. But what they had to consider was that Mitchell Chia, starting from that 5th position, was able to jump a couple of places at the start itself, immediately soaring up to 3rd place, tucking it just behind the Laser Motor Racing drivers after the shuffle that happened through turns 1 and 2. So there you can see Mitchell Chia around the outside of Bridget Adam there, immediately taking the 3rd spot away from Hayden Haikal, and therefore was able to continue the challenge. And this was where he made the pass onto Eddie Liu and pretty much stayed in P1 until the end of the race. A fantastic pass that almost looked a little too easy to us here in the commentator's booth. But then again, Mitchell knows exactly what he's doing there, and he's done it so well.
Oh, come on, he's trained by absolute amazing professor. He had Alex Young right next to him, and of course he learned from one of the best, of course, and that was fantastic driving from him. But you know what really attracted me, Victor? He kept a very good pace and made sure Eddie Liu doesn't get enough advantage on him. And right at the back, we had Putra Adam from the same team. But what else Putra Adam could do? When we see Eddie Liu is leading, and there was this one incident where he actually made a mistake, and that slowed the pace of Putra Adam. And there you go. They had a big gap after that, and Mitchell Chia was savaging on that.
Yeah, again, like, it was really tough for him, no doubt, to try to keep up Mitchell. And the fact he was never able to get alongside him in any significant fashion certainly must have been frustrating for Eddie, who looked on point to take a win here in race number 1. But nevertheless, you know, 2nd and 3rd place is still nothing to shy at, you know, for Laser Motor Racing's parts. You know, they'll still be very much collecting, rather enjoying this haul of points nevertheless. It's just a little bit unfortunate for Eddie that he had to lose out on this win here. But, you know, to your point about Mitchell having like a really good really good pace throughout this race here. I mean, there's a reason why he's known as Mr. Consistent, you know? Ever since the 2019 MCS, you know, everyone knows that Mitchell Chia can always hold his pace no matter what. And look at where he's gotten him. Now, finally taking a win here in race number 1 for round number 2, certainly making up for the disappointment that was round 1 for him. And certainly, you know, especially with Nakib Aslan having to drop a few places down, you know, lost out a bit of points here. He's going to start to widen the gap between himself and Nakib, so that's still going to be more ammunition thrown that way when it comes to this championship battle.
Absolutely, so I guess that is almost at the end of our highlights, and we saw the young man, the number 14 for the rookie class. And ladies and gentlemen, we're back in the studio, and what a wonderful race we had for our super sporting and rookie class. Nothing much of a huge drama we found, but the thing that we actually saw today is just a clean race, a very professional race, but I'm not sure what's going to be happening on race 2. Race 1, it was absolutely amazing, but I think we are pretty much done with our race 1, and we are going to go into our promotional race very, very shortly. But we have our main man in the stage who has a lot to say. It's none other than our host of the day, Nas. Take it away, my brother. Here we go.
Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you very much, Matthew. My goodness, what an exciting race. And as we prepare for the promotional class race, this is day 1 of round 2. Jadi apa kita nampak di sini? Terberanjat aku, astagfirullahalazim. Jangan, Abang Nas lemas semangat. Rin dan juga Ain Edrus bersama-sama dengan kita. Kita excited ni sebab pertama kalinya Ain Edrus buat qualifying round. Dapat tempat yang kelima. Wow, teruja. Dia pun tak tahu. Awak tak tahu Oh, tak percaya, dia tak percaya.
Tak percaya kita, Abang Nas.
Dia idola saya. Maknanya dia kena saing-saing nombor 8, nombor 7 dengan saya.
Tak calek idola nombor 7.
Pergi balik kat kereta kau.
Jangan merajuk-merajuk kat sini. Tiba-tiba ada drama Samarinda Lestari punya segmen di sini.
Tanya Abang Nas, kereta nombor berapa?
Apa dia?
Kereta Abang Nas nombor berapa?
Oh, kereta saya nombor 11. Nombor 11. Awak tak kena betul-betul.
Dia lambat belakang lagi daripada belakang dari kita lah.
Tak ada, kita nak tahu sekarang sebab sebenarnya Rin ni dia rookie lagi. Dia baru season yang pertama. Ain yang dah bermusim-musim bersama dengan kita dapat nombor 5 ni, rasa-rasa boleh pecut sampai nombor 1 tak?
Abang Nas rasa boleh tak?
Boleh kalau semua tayar longgar kat tepi. Kau mesti menang.
Oh, apa ni? Ni match fixing. Tak boleh.
Tak, maksud I kalau dia tak dorang macam lepak tepi tak boleh habiskan, kau boleh menang.
Saya selalu Abang Nas, selalu
Kau
bila
counting
race
lah.
kan. Ni cerita kita lah. Bila race kan, sebab kita kan tak laju sangat. Selalu dalam hati ni lah, hati yang jahat ni. Tak ada ke yang accident happen ke nak kejar orang depan tapi jahat kan hati tu.
Sebab tu kau idola.
Kenapa?
Sebab kau niat. Aku yang macam kalau nampak accident, boleh menang dia aku. Macam tu.
Astaghfirullahalazim. Ini semua adalah sebenarnya rekaan semata-mata. Sebenarnya dalam hati mereka sebenarnya baik-baik. Sebenarnya depan kamera, bila nampak kamera semua PL semua terkeluar. Okey, untuk Rin pula. Jadi ekspektasi anda sebagai rookie ini merupakan perlumbaan yang ketiga buat anda kan?
Expectation saya tak ada expectation tapi saya ada doa semoga saya habis dan saya tak makin merosot. Sama ataupun lebih sikit pun jadilah.
Improvement lah, ada improvement.
Peluh-peluh sejuk sudah keluar.
Rin saja, Rin tahu Mak Rin tengah tengok. Rin saja tak nak call Mak Rin, tak nak call suami Rin supaya Rin tak dengar. Adik buat betul-betul. Aku tak nak tension tu.
Oh, betul.
I tengah buang nervous tu.
Abang Nas, tapi kita orang ni asyik nervous je. Macam mana hilangkan nervous tu?
Baliklah, balik.
Balik dia kata.
Cerita tu kita kena cerita dengan orang yang selalu menang. Ya itu. Mana dia? Jom kita cari. Okey, kat sana. Kita kejar. Okey, saya pergi dulu nanti kau datang. Itulah dia Rin dan juga Ain Edrus. Dari sekarang ni pula kereta siapa yang kita nak serbu? Ini dia. Abang Ziza Razak kita punya kereta dah siap. Helmet dia ada. Orang dia mana? Oh, itu dia. Dengan kuatnya. Ini kalau saya nak gajikan, saya tak cukup duit nak gajikan. Ya saya.
Nak vacuum tak?
Yang ini saya nak buat package semuanya sekali. Exhaust pun kena gilap sampai kilat.
Okey.
Itu dia. Nampak macam orang Filipino, betul tak? Dari tepi nampak macam orang Filipino. Orang 30 juta lah, weh. Abang Zizan. Okey, kita letak kejayaan di panggung wayang tu tepi sekejap. Sekarang kita concentrate. Sekarang ni untuk qualifying. Awak dapat tempat yang ketiga. Ini saja-saja je nak kasih Doncan ke apa cerita?
Sebenarnya saya ada balas. Berat. Kereta saya sangat berat.
Sekarang berapa kilo?
Sekarang 40 kilo.
40 kilo, patutlah.
Macam bawa beras.
Itulah dia.
Thailand tu.
Jadi inilah sebabnya kenapa kereta anda berat sikit dan tak dapat menandingi Syukri Yahya sewaktu qualifying.
Itulah salah satu punca kak. Tapi kita tengok race lain, masa qualifying lain, sebab kita pun ada pengalaman untuk MotoGP. Betul. Kita tengok GT Japan, kita tengok masa kita qualifying lain, masa race kita lain.
Itu magic dia. Okey. Sambil dia gilapkan kita nak tanya juga. Sekarang ni Abang Nabil Ahmad tak ada. Selalunya dia jadi spoiler. Sekarang ni hanya pertandingan sengit antara anda dan Syukri Yahya. Jadi macam mana ni sekarang ni?
Salah tu. Salah? Awak tak buat research ke?
Tajamnya. Aduh.
Ezrin Loy semakin laju sekarang.
Baru nak tanya.
Luar biasa dia punya speed. Maksudnya Nabil telah turunkan semangat dekat Ezrin Loy sekarang.
Itu yang saya rasa lah. Ezrin Loy tempat yang kedua untuk qualifying dan dia kata dia tak training pun, dia kata saja-saja. Awak percaya ke dia tak?
Saya mungkin tidak.
Saya pun tak percaya lah.
Bang, sekejap
Okey, gilap lagi sampai nampak gigi aku kat sini. Okey, selamat Zizan. Best of luck. Walaupun balance dia 40 kilo tapi kita yakin siapa yang dah biasa tengok Zizan Razak race memang dia akan menjadi nombor 1. Huyo.
Boleh buat marketing sikit
Marketing apa cerita?
Basuh semua RM40 saja sekali.
RM40 mahal je. Ingat apa? Mentang-mentang muka kau macam Zizan Razak. Lain macam lah. Okey, best of luck Zizan. It's a night race. Be safe on the road. Okey, kita kasih dia chance untuk dia gilap bakatnya. Dia gilap bakatnya sambil dia bergilap keretanya. Jadi siapa lagi yang akan race bersama-sama dengan kita yang kat sini? Oh, Abang Syukri Raya dah tunggu kat depan. Mari. Inilah kereta dia dan ini merupakan mungkin kali terakhir beliau menggunakan kereta ini kerana selepas ini, ada season. Alamak, ada orang interframe lagi sekali. Dia bukan buat satu, dia buat package. Gilap satu kereta, dapat lagi satu kereta free. Syukri, macam mana kau nak dapat uang macam ni ya? Betul lah. Susah betul nak bawa kerja bagus macam ni kan?
Dia baik dekat dalam ni je bang. Dekat luar ni je. Dalam track dia jahat.
Abang vacuum tak?
Tak apalah, tak apa. Okay. Jangan masuk dalam Jangan masuk dalam, okey.
Itulah dia. Betul lah kata Syukriya kat luar kan, dia nampak baik hati je. Semua kereta dia nak gilapkan. Tapi atas track, dia pelesit lain macam. Jadi, sekarang ni, Ziza Razak qualifying tempat yang ketiga. Syukriya tempat yang pertama. Jadi, strategi yang ingin disusun.
Lari.
Run.
Tiba je Ezrin Loy laju.
Itu dia. Actually, nak tanya pasal Ezrin Loy lah. Dia rookie kan. First season. Tapi nampak macam dia ada very good pace.
Pendapat saya tentang dia mengingatkan saya waktu mula-mula saya dulu.
Oh, ya ke?
Dia fast learner lah bang.
Fast learner kan?
Mungkin dia, sebab saya cakap dengan Ezrin Loy, bosan kan asyik bagi Zizan je menang, kita bagi fight lah kat dia.
Kereta 500. Vacuum semua basuh tadi.
Mahalnya.
Habis tak puji saya.
Dia punya package 40. Package Syukriya 500. Mentang-mentang dia artis kan. Ini cekik darah. Ini lain macamnya. Jadi kalau kita tengok prestasi yang mempunyai persaingan hebat, bukan saja Ziza Razak, tapi kita tengok Ezrin Loy juga ya.
Betul.
Macam mana pula dengan yang lain? Macam
Airin, Ezrin Loy, Aini Drus tiba-tiba je. Saya rasa macam boleh bagi fight jugalah.
Ya ke?
Ya.
Dia cakap baik-baik je tu. Sebenarnya dia tahu dia boleh makan Aini Drus, tak ada masalah.
So hopefully kita ada good race lah malam ni, kan? Sebab kalau boleh saya nak bagi peluang pada Ezrin Loy untuk rasalah fight macam mana dengan Zizan kan.
Dengan Zizan ada balance 40 kilo. Jadi inilah masa yang paling sesuai.
Masa ni paling sesuai. Kita tinggalkan orang tu kat belakang.
Okey. Apa-apa, best of luck. Night race bang.
Thank you.
Okay, keep safe on the road. Jadi siapa lagi yang dah bersedia untuk beraksi bersama-sama dengan kita? Di sini Imran Akil kita, radio DJ dan juga pengacara. Abangnya Jambu, dia dah masuk dalam kereta. Mungkin kita tengok macam mana persiapan terakhir beliau di sini. Jom kita saksikan. Wah, itu dia Abang Jambu kita. Abang Imran, are you ready? Oh, kita. Tak nampak. Kau jangan main gila. Kan nak bawa kereta tak nampak macam ni. Cari pasal lah begitu. Jadi, sekarang ni nampaknya Abang Imran ni dia main macam hustler tau. Dia macam hero Hindustan. Hero kalah dulu. Betul ataupun tidak?
Sebenarnya saya tengok keadaan lah. Kalau saya dah kat depan, saya stay je lah kat depan. Tapi kalau saya kat belakang, saya tengok dulu mana yang peluang yang saya boleh masuk, saya masuk. Tapi tak nak try hard sangat lah. Try my best je lah.
Okay, so jangan try hard sangat. Just do your best. Sebab ni kira merupakan perlumbaan yang ketiga lah.
Betul.
Jadi sasaran tu macam mana? Sasaran tu kalau nak kata nak bandingkan diri dengan Ziza Razak, susah je kan?
Susah, betul. Saya rasa just me compete with me je lah. Macam saya nak beat my personal time, itu saja. Sebab kalau tak, saya yang stres. Macam nak kejar. Walaupun 40 kg, tak boleh. Gitu.
Okay, so sekarang limit dia 1 minit 30 saat ke? 1 minit 40 saat ke? Macam mana?
Saya, 1 minit 29 saat.
1 minute 29 second. Let's see if we can beat this time. Imran, best of luck. Your first night race So please be careful on the road. Ramai di kalangan artis-artis kita yang baru saja berlumba untuk musim yang pertama buat diorang ini. Nampaknya mereka pun masih ada perasaan gusar, gundah gulana kan. Dan ini merupakan night race mereka yang pertama, yang dah biasa bawa kereta malam-malam ni macam Ziza, macam Syukri dan sebagainya. Itu tak ada masalah. But of course, for the rookies of our promotional class, jadi harap-harapnya anda semua be careful on the road. Just have fun during the race. Dan kita kembali kepada casters kita who are ready to pick it up. And it's time for racing. It's promotional class 9 PM. Casters, it's over to you. Jangan ke mana-mana semuanya. It's going to be a hot night for racing. Over to you.
Thank you so much Abanas, and selamat datang dan selamat kembali ke dalam Toyota Gazoo Racing Season 6 round kedua. Nama saya Vios dan juga sebelah saya adalah Nick Harris selaku pengulas rasmi anda, dan of course kita akan mix our commentary. I'll be on bahasa Melayu dan sebelah saya adalah bahasa Inggeris. But man, promotional race. What's going to be happening today there, man?
I am definitely looking forward to seeing what our new faces are going to be providing to us. Just now also, we had, with the interview just now, instead of racing against Zizan Raza, they're going to be racing against their own time. So that's actually a very, very actual positive mindset lah, boleh dikatakan lah. Bagus juga.
Betul.
Daripada bersaing dengan orang lain, bersaing dengan diri sendiri.
I mean, that's a very good motivation sebenarnya. So kepada anda, inilah race terakhir kita untuk malam ini, iaitu promotional class. Dan of course, there's going to be lots of amazing celebrity favorite anda. So, who is going to win this race? Anda boleh komen dekat ruangan bawah sekarang ini. And make sure anda like dan juga share siaran langsung kami. Dan kita akan memulakan race tak lama lagi. But man, who are you rooting for?
I'm looking at how Zizan Razak has been performing, and of course, you know, like he's one of the stronger ones here. But I do think Ezrin Loy as well as Shukri Yahya were some of the more stronger drivers as well. They do have some potential to do so, but I do feel that there is some. There is some secret, secret training by some of these celebrities who, you know, on masa-masa lapang mereka datanglah Sepang, buat pusing-pusing sikit. Itulah.
Itu rahsia government ni.
Ya, kita je tahu.
Kita je tahu. Okay. Alright, so tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita akan mulakan race tak lama lagi dan kita dah lihat all of our races today. And just now, you went through sporting class. How was that?
I think that was one of the more very interesting events and classes. I think looking at how some of the drivers were performing, I think the biggest standout, of course, is Nabil Azlan. Right,
Okay.
I mean, with how he has been in the forefront, getting close to about 7 to 6 seconds of a lead compared to a lot of the other drivers as well. So I do think that it is going to be the Nabil Azlan show if that's going to be the case, unless some of the other drivers decide to challenge him. But that's all in the past. Let us move forward into the future. Sekarang zaman now lah kan orang katakan zaman now. So jokes all aside, though, the promotional classes have shown tremendous amount of improvement. Ada banyak bakat yang menonjolkan diri di atas litar antarabangsa Sepang. Then I feel that with what has been shown by a lot of these drivers, I think that Zizan Razak could be in a bit of trouble, even though he has close to 40 kilograms.
Yes,
that's
yang agak tinggi sebenarnya.
that is like 10 cats in his car right there. So all jokes aside, though, the handicap hasn't shown to be too detrimental towards Zizan Razak's ability to hold on towards first position, but maybe that could change today.
Yeah, so kepada anda, ini adalah satu extra information that I can give you. This is the third year ataupun tahun ketiga rivalry antara Shukri Yahya dan juga Zizan Razak. They have been really battling out for a long time. Now this is the third year, Nick. Now, Ezrin Loy in the picture. What do you think about Ezrin Loy?
I think Ezrin Loy has actual really good talent. I do feel that he needs to sharpen it a little bit. Bagaikan pisau lah, kena asah setiap hari lah kan untuk mencapai prestasi yang lagi tinggi. Tapi from what Ezrin Loy has been doing, I think that he's on the right track. And I feel that with a little bit more improvement, a little bit more guided improvement, I think that Ezrin Loy could be one of the favorites to actually win it out. If I'm not mistaken, I think in the second race that he was involved in, he was able to climb up from the middle of the pack to first position, if I'm not entirely mistaken, just from memory here. So I do feel that with what Ezrin Loy has been doing, and I think that with his preparation already in check, I think that this could not only be a rivalry between Shukri Yahya as well as
So we have a new man in the
but
picture.
we might have the third man in the picture that might just say, okay, you know what, I'm going to take over this show right now.
Yes, we can really look forward to it. But let's have a look on the highlights of our qualifying for our promotional class. Here we go.
Mari kita saksikan sorotan tersebut.
And there you go. So what happened on this qualifying? We have a lot to see actually. And that is Reed Rahim, who is one of our new faces in our promotional class. And I'm not sure about her performance today, but there you go. The car number 97. And that is definitely believed to be none other than, who we have there?
97. That's Ezrin Loy actually.
Ezrin Loy. Yes, Ezrin Loy. So kepada penyokong-penyokong Ezrin Loy, adakah beliau akan menjadi pemenang untuk hari ini? Sebab kita lihat di dalam qualifying nombor yang sangat-sangat hebat yang kita boleh lihat daripada Ezrin Loy. But let's see if Ezrin Loy has another rivalry on the run. Because di dalam P keempat, Nick, we had Ahirin. So Ahirin has been putting a good numbers right now. So let's see if she could beat the Rose to actually pluck the thorn today.
Yeah, I do think that that's going to be the case here
Yeah.
if she's able to maintain a consistent pace. But we have seen already that from the qualifying, Shukri Aya, Ezrin Loy, surprisingly were able to actually leapfrog ahead of Zizan Razak, which I think is one thing that we need to point out here. Even though Zizan Razak doesn't make the best times in the qualifiers, he tends to show up a lot more during the race itself. So that's going to be the X factor here for Zizan Razak. Di manakala Ezrin Loy dengan Shukri Yahya tu, jikalau dia berada untuk zaman masa qualifying ni, I think that their opportunity to just maintain those good timings, and I feel that it's also the fact that when you're not racing against each other, there's less kurang tekanan lah.
Kurang tekanan, betul. The pressure is less. Yeah. Alright, so inilah kita lihat di dalam highlights kita di dalam promotional class sebenarnya. Dan these are the top 4 names yang kita kena betul-betul have a look on. It's none other than Zizan Razak, Shukri Yahya, Ezrin Loy dan juga Ahirin. So I'm really putting Ahirin in the picture today because she got into P4 on the qualifying. And if the day is good for her, then she might have a really good competition with Ezrin, unless Ezrin impresses all and climb up against the experienced man that is none other than Zizan and also Shukri Yahya.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of it, with the new faces that are involved, pengalaman tu rasanya penting juga untuk kita apa nama dia, memberitahulah kepada para penonton sekalian daripada segi how to say, in terms of experience. I think Shukri Yahya, Ain, Idris, Ahirin, Ahiruddin, they tend to have the most experience because they've been involved for tremendous, crazy amount of seasons. I think since season 2, if I'm not mistaken, season 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so nampaknya kita akan mulakan our race tak lama lagi. So tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, make sure anda komen dan juga like dan juga share kita punya siaran langsung sekarang ni. Dan make sure anda komen siapakah yang akan jadi pemenang. Di manakah penyokong-penyokong Zizan Razak, Shukri Yahya, Ezrin, Ahirin, Ahiruddin. We also have none other than Syaidatul Afifah, Rin. Well, lots of amazing celebrities that is put on the track today to actually show their potential and also, get the first win today, Nick. This is season 6, so let's see what's going to be happening. So this is the grid that we are looking today. Shukri Yahya on P1, and we have a look on Zizan Razak, who is on P2. P3 is going to be for Ezrin. P4, it's going to be falling for Ahirin. P5 is going to go for Ain Idris. P6 for Hefri Sahad, and P7 for Imran Akil. P8 is going to be Syaidatul Afifah. P9 is going to be for Rin Rahim.
And itulah kedudukan sebanyak 9 pemandu dan juga 9 buah jentera. Dan inilah juga kami punya litar yang kita akan menjadikan tempat di mana mereka akan bertarung antara satu sama lain sebanyak 9 pusingan dan sebanyak 2,706 kilometer.
Ya, so jadi kita akan mulakan our race tak lama lagi. And inilah, this is going to be our formational lap. Dan kita dah lihat dah all of our racers in their grid sekarang ni, and they're going to go for one run, and the race starts right after this lap, of course.
Yeah, they're going to get their formation lap, and they're going to be able to get into the position, and then it's ready to go for all of them. It's about 18 laps to go, if I'm not mistaken, and that's going to be a very interesting one indeed here with all of these drivers on the road. I think for promotional classes, it isn't as condensed, it isn't as dense as a lot of the other classes, especially sporting classes. We had about 21 vehicles. With super sporting and rookie classes, we had close to about 30 vehicles. So off they go to form up their formation lap. And this is going to be a very important one here indeed. Here, this is the nak kata last kopek lah sebelum nak masuk race.
Yeah, ini warm up. Last warm up ataupun chance yang agak terakhir sebenarnya untuk anda mendapatkan rasa di dalam of our race kali ini ataupun litas sebenarnya before we go into the actual race. Tadi banyak racer kita mengatakan mereka sangat nervous, Nick. Mereka sangat nervous, especially coming from our ladies in the race, of course, in all you can see. So itu dia di P pertama kita lihat Syukriaya, P2 untuk Azrin Loy, P3 for Zizan, P4 Ahirin, P5 we lead Ain Edris, P6 is going to be Hafni Sahat. And how about for P7, we see Imran Akil. P8 is going to go for Syaratul Afifah. And P9 is going to go for Reen Rahim. So this is going to be very interesting to take. We do miss our old faces, of course. But now, it's a start of a new legacy for these races in our promotional race.
A lot of these drivers here moonlight as drivers at night, but in the day they are creative. They are working in the creative industry as actors, artists, singers, and this is going to be very important here in terms of them stretching their creativity here on the track, and that's going to be very important to see for some of these drivers here. I guess it's also another way for them to express their not only their competition but also the fun that comes with automotive racing.
Absolutely. So tuan-tuan dan puan, nampaknya kita dah kembali ke dalam starting grid kita dan sudah pun kita lihat our formational lap sudah pun tamat sekarang ni as we gonna go into our race ataupun we can say our official race is about to begin. So this is the moment that you have been waiting for. So kepada anda yang baru saja masuk ke dalam siaran langsung, ini adalah Toyota Gazoo Racing Season 6 round yang kedua. Dan ini adalah race pertama di dalam promotional race. As we see the lights are about to go out for our first race of the day. And boleh dikatakan di dalam promotional dan lampu pun sudah pun ditamatkan. On tak on, let's go racing. Dan kita lihat satu perfect start daripada Syukriaya yang sekarang ni berada di dalam P yang pertama. Azrin Loy nampaknya sudah pun mendapatkan pace yang agak baik. Will he be the man to lead the race in our first turn right now? Nick, let's have a look on that. As we see Syukriaya coming into turn 1, closing in the gap. Azrin Loy tries to go from the outside. Maybe he might have a chance on the exit right now. As we know, Syukri is still holding on. Oh, that's a really, really good driving there by Syukriaya. Trying to deny all the access coming from this man, Azrin Loy, who's here to impress.
Syukriaya berjaya untuk menutup garis pandu yang ingin dirampas daripada Azrin Loy. Namun kami akan lihat ya, banyak lagi peluang akan menonjol dirinya di atas litar tersebut, di mana Muhammad Syukriaya perlu bermain dengan secara konsisten jikalau dia ingin berpegang kepada kedudukan pertamanya.
Ya, di manakah kita punya fans daripada Azrin Loy, Syukriaya, Zizan Raza, as we have a new kid on the block now trying to put himself in the race leader. Azrin Loy sekarang ni berada di dalam P yang kedua. P pertama adalah Syukriaya, tetapi bagaimanakah kita akan lihat racing strategi yang akan datang daripada Azrin Loy sekarang ni, jentera nombor 97 yang kini berada di dalam P yang kedua, yang baru saja keluar daripada seleko yang ke-9 dan menuju ke dalam Kuala Lumpur Straight kita. Dan masih lagi kita lihat Syukriaya is still holding a very good line yang kini berada di dalam P yang pertama. Nombor 15 ataupun jentera nombor 15 Zizan Razak sekarang ni berada di dalam P yang ketiga. P keempat untuk Ahirin. And let's see, we are on board right now with Azrin Loy in turn number 1.
No changes, no major changes in positioning though. But we do see Reen Rahim was able to push forward and leaving Shaidatul FIFA back in the last position here. We're going to be checking it out, and not only on the track but also in the vehicle. Number 97, Azrin Loy. We'll be seeing here playing around with the shifters. Handing out the shifters very handily here as he's moving into the next turn. Turn 4 is up and coming. Could be an opportunity for him to actually try to get Syukri Yahya to be a little bit on the challenge area here.
Ya, dan sekarang kita menuju ke Langkawi Curve ataupun lebih dikenali sebagai turn nombor 4. Kita lihat sedikit tekanan datang daripada Azrin sekarang ni. Di manakah skrin sekarang ni? Adakah Azrin Loy sudah pun memintas? Belum lagi. Syukriaya sekarang ni berada di agak bersebelahan sebenarnya dan mereka menuju ke dalam seleko yang ke-6. And let's see what is up to from the man on the car number 97. Azrin Loy masih lagi mengikuti rapat dengan Syukriaya yang masih lagi berada di hadapan dan menafikan segala gerakan-gerakan daripada Azrin sekarang ni dan mereka baru saja keluar daripada turn yang ke-9 dan menuju ke dalam turn yang pertama sekarang ni. And inilah masanya. Adakah kita akan lihat Azrin Loy yang sudah pun ada pace yang agak baik untuk berada di dalam P yang pertama. Syukriaya sekarang ni sudah pun dicabar oleh Azrin Loy, and this is the moment for Azrin Loy to maybe overtake the man in the front, and that's none other than Syukriaya. And looking at the time between both of them are not that far away, but it seems like Syukriaya is still holding a really, really good line in the front, denying all the access coming from the man at the back. Azrin Loy still denied that, Nick. I'm not sure how that has been done by Syukriaya on the front.
I think what Syukriaya is doing is actually very, very smart indeed. He's using that line to deny Azrin Loy the best ability for him to cut through Syukriaya. And I think that's a lot of the experience being involved here, because if Azrin Loy comes out from the it's a longer distance if you're coming out from the outside of the racing line, whereas the racing line is the more efficient way to get to the shorter distance faster. So I'm thinking that unless Syukriaya makes a bit of a mistake here, or he gives even a little bit of room, Azrin Loy could actually stay in the second position here unless an opportunity shows itself.
Ya, bermusim-musim kita lihat rivalry antara Syukriaya dan juga Zizan Razak. Tetapi di dalam season ini nampaknya ada penukaran yang agak baru, ada cerita yang baru, ada jalan cerita yang lebih hebat kemungkinan, iaitu Azrin Loy versus Syukriaya. So who's going to be winning this? We are about to find out. 16 pusingan saja yang berbaki di dalam race pertama kita di dalam promotional class, dan kita lihat Syukriaya masih lagi berada di hadapan di dalam P yang pertama, dan di belakang tiada penukaran yang agak beza. Dan kita lihat Azrin Loy in P2, P3 for Zizan Razak, P4 for Ahirin. But you know what, Nick? I really thought today Azrin's rivalry is going to be between Ahirin. But it seems like things have changed drastically. And right now, he is in the tails of Syukriaya. And anything can happen with 15 laps to go.
All right, track limit warning being issued towards Shaidatul Afifa in vehicle number 91. Aside from that, though, nothing much has changed in terms of positioning. Storyline still very much the same. Azrin Loy poking at the heels, nipping at the heels of Syukriaya. Syukriaya very much effective in closing out the race line against Azrin Loy. And I feel that that's going to be a story that's going to repeat itself over and over again, with Zizan Razak close to about 40 kilograms of ballast and extra weight. It's going to be hard for Zizan Razak to be able to actually catch up with the pace that Syukriaya and Azrin Loy are setting up for themselves.
Ya, so kita on board bersama dengan Ahirin yang sekarang masih lagi mengejar Zizan, walaupun that was not supposed to be her contender, tetapi nampaknya semua sudah pun menukar di dalam race yang pertama sekarang ni, dan Syukriaya masih lagi berada di dalam P yang pertama. Kepada anda yang sedang lihat di dalam siaran langsung, make sure anda komen dan juga like kita punya siaran langsung, and make sure anda mengatakan, or you can definitely put it down on the comment, who is going to win? Siapakah yang akan jadi pemenang? Adakah Syukriaya? Adakah Azrin Loy? Adakah Zizan? Adakah Ahirin? Adakah Ain Idris? Anyone could be the winner today. But right now, all focus on the man in the front. Dan ini dia jentera nombor 37. Ahirin sekarang ni masih lagi mengejar Zizan Razak. She knows the experience of Zizan. Di dalam musim lepas ini pun beliau pernah mengejar Zizan sebenarnya, tetapi nampaknya she did not get the very best out of Zizan, walaupun Zizan was running on a bumper out di dalam season sebelum ini. But still, Zizan's experience is very, very wide, and he knows what he's doing. So Ahirin needs to do something about this, or maybe maintain this, because we never know, anything can happen in the next 14 laps to go. But this is racing, man, and things can change very quickly in this lap.
Yeah, and that's going to be something that they need to be very, very well aware of in terms of. I mean, we did see it in the first sporting class, where one of the drivers, Sharik, if I'm not mistaken, was holding on to second position, and all it take was just a little bit of an over-aggressive turn from Mikhail, if I'm not mistaken, that left him spinning on the road and left him on the island for a while before he was able to recover. So this could be a story that could repeat itself here in the promotional class. We have seen that regardless of class, a lot of the drivers here will somehow or another, with call it fatigue, call it a lapse of judgment, may actually end up in collisions. And we do hope that's not going to be the case here for a lot of these drivers. But then again, we are prepared to see this through.
We're absolutely prepared for anything then, Nick. So, 13 more laps to go. 13 pusingan saja yang berbaki di dalam race pertama. Kita on board bersama dengan jentera nombor 66 tadi, iaitu Hafni Sahat. Di manakah fans-fans beliau? And make sure if you are there, make sure to comment and also give your very best support on the comment box. Dan kita masih lihat Syukriaya sekarang ni berada di hadapan. Dan he has been absolutely amazing and he also has one of the most wins on podiums actually throughout our history of Toyota Gazoo Racing since he joined. And right now he is in P1. Beliau ni sekarang berada di dalam P yang pertama. And let's see in case Azrin Loy dapat untuk mengejar beliau. And he's still chasing at the back. And we still have another 13 more laps to go. The distance between both of them, or you can say from P1 all the way to P4, is kind of massive there, Nick. So either one of them needs to make a mistake. But looking at mistakes right now, there is no mistakes by Syukriaya. Syukriaya masih lagi berada di hadapan. Dan beliau menuju ke dalam seleko yang pertama dengan jarak yang agak intensif boleh dikatakan. That is absolutely intense distance from here there, man. But look at that. The team there is cheering up and they are all happy. I think that is Janna Nick, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that is, yeah, it is. But yeah, she's right now not racing, but she is absolutely looking forward to this. She is racing in her mind.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, she's like, you know, I'm there spiritually.
Yes, definitely. Wishing to be a part of the rivalry for sure that is starting to build up between Azrin Loy and Syukriaya. Definitely can feel missing that, but oh my days, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a tire-to-tire action here. This could actually be a very interesting turn of events.
Yeah, so right now I think we're having all of our focus on the car number 15 there, Zizan Raza. Ahirin right now putting a lot of pressure right behind him. And this could be another chance as they're coming into turn number 5. Ahirin did mention this turn is kind of a challenging for her. But Zizan, with all the experience he has, as they're coming into turn number 6, Ahirin just right behind him. And let's see if there is a way. There might be a will, or maybe there is a will and there might be a way for Ahirin. But no way for now. Zizan, with the experience, holding on to P3. And he is coming into turn number 1.
All right, so it does seem that with the extra weight that has been given to Zizan Raza, he's still pretty fast, and Ahirin is having a little bit of a problem here, keeping up with the pace that Zizan Raza is trying to hold up. But it seems that he doesn't have enough of the pace to catch up with Azrin Loy as well as Syukriaya because of the fantastic start that they had coming out of the gate. So that's going to be something that they need to actually maintain moving forward, because we do see that there is going to be a bit of a gap here. The differential of 1.854 between Syukriaya and Azrin Loy.
Yeah, I really like this battle for P3 sekarang ni. Kita boleh lihat Ahirin right now going really aggressively on the outside and overtakes Zizan Raza and got into P3. That is some move by the Rose among the Tons. Ahirin now climbs into P3.
The ladies doing it well here for Ahirin. Definitely showing that the ladies have the mettle to be able to put the men against the wall. And that's definitely going to be the case here with Ahirin showing her aggressive driving, her capabilities of putting Zizan Raza up against the wall here. Zizan Raza now has got to be very, very wary here. That extra bit of weight is definitely something that is causing him to struggle to maintain some pace.
Yeah, she has been absolutely amazing on the Sector 1 and now she got the upper hand on the Sector 2. So as we're having a look, dengan 11 pusingan saja yang berbaki di dalam race ini, dan kita on board bersama dengan jentera nombor 15, Zizan Raza. Di manakah fans Zizan Raza sekarang ni? And I'm very sure things have dropped out of the podium position. Zizan sekarang ni berada di dalam P keempat dan jarak pun sudah pun agak jauh daripada Ahirin. So Ahirin on podium position. Maybe this could be her day to get into podium position, or unless we see a surprise daripada Zizan Raza in another 10 more laps to go. So we are still underway. As we know, Syukriaya still leading the race. Azrin Loy on P2. And P3 is for Ahirin, P4 for Zizan, P5, Ainedrus, P6, Hefni Sahat, P7 Imran Akil, P8 for Syaidatullah Fifa, and P9 for Reen Rahim.
Well, with these 9 vehicles in play here, we do see that the gap on time for Shukri Yahya as well as Ezrin Loy is starting to come down a little bit. But look at that now. Average, we do see that a lot of the promotional class drivers average out at about 128 to 129. Excuse me, 129 to 130, if I'm not mistaken.
Decent number, yeah.
Yeah, so, but we do see that with Shukri Yahya here, 127, that's actually really impressive here. It's actually showing that if there's a graph, his time is just getting better and better and better. So it does show his capabilities here. What we do see here, emergency lights are on, hazard lights are on for Reen Rahim. Could be a bit of a technical difficulty or some form of malfunction that we are not aware of.
Yeah, kita nampak beliau letakkan double signal di situ dan I'm not sure what's going on as she is still the last person to come around the track. Dan dengan 9 pusingan saja yang berbaki nampaknya, kita lihat di dalam P yang pertama sekarang ni, still the man in the front, Hefni Sahat sekarang ni masih lagi berada di dalam P ke-6. Ain Idris has been impressive di dalam P ke-5. And let's see if Ain is able to put some sort of a challenge kepada Zizan Raza or not, because the distance between both of them is pretty much 17 seconds there. That is way ahead for Zizan and also Ain Idris. But looking at this over here, it seems like Hefni Sahat right now trying to put more pressure on Ain Idris. Apakah Ain Idris perlu dilakukan di dalam turn yang keempat sekarang ni as we're coming down on to turn number 4. As we know, this battle is untuk P5. Ini adalah battle untuk P yang ke-5. Dan Hefni Sahat masih lagi mengejar Ain sekarang ni. Ain still looking calm there, Nick. She's not putting much of a pressure. And maybe Hefni Sahat ada peluang di sini tetapi masih lagi dinafikan oleh Ain. That is some fabulous driving daripada Ain. Tadi kata nervous, tapi macam tak nervous je.
And that's the thing. I think for Ain Idris, it's all about the roar of the engine and the smell of burning rubber that just triggers a competitive side within her. And it seems that the nerves have seemed to have been non-existent for her now that she is on the track. And of course, I believe that it's always nerves before the lights go out for sure.
Yeah, so tuan-tuan dan puan, 8 pusingan saja yang berbaki dan kita on board bersama dengan Ain Idris. Dan ini dia jentera yang mengalami masalah tadi, dan jentera nombor 8 iaitu Reen Rahim, where she was able to turn on double signal over there, and that shows there's something wrong with her car as the team is underway to get things done. It seems like there's a problem on the tires. Not sure if something happened on her rim or something, because that's why we can see a new set of tires being got into it. And let's see if she's able to continue the race again. I mean, this is one of the most saddest thing on racing there, Nick. You have been doing so well, and out of nowhere, the car does something wrong, and you have to be forced to get into the pits.
And I think that's going to be the case here. For Reen Rahim, it's all about now not just improving her position because of this unfortunate set of circumstances.
Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Tayar koyak.
No wonder there was a little bit of a struggle for her to maintain her pacing. And this is definitely going to basically eliminate her from improving her positioning because of the amount of time that she's spending into the pit. However, she will still be able to maintain a personal best time. That's going to be something to shout about for Reen Rahim. So regardless, though, for those fans out there who are sad about Reen Rahim's ability to be able to race, it seems that that's not going to be the case. She's still going to continue, and that's definitely a tip of the hat there for Reen Rahim.
Yeah, so kita on board bersama dengan Shukri Yahya yang sekarang ni berada di dalam P yang pertama. Baru saja masuk ke dalam seleko yang pertama dikejar oleh Ezrin Loy di belakang, tetapi jarak pun masih lagi jauh dengan 1.7 saat. Dan kita lihat Ezrin Loy nampaknya that's nothing much of an improvement. Shukri Yahya still showing why he's the fastest man on the track. Dan let's see what's happened over here, and that is car number 9, Ain Idris. Oh no, kita baru saja cerita pasal Ain Idris, Nick. Did we jinx it or what?
I'm not entirely sure, and it seems that it must have happened outside of our view. Very unfortunate for Ain Idris, but luckily enough, she's not going to be. She's not going to be serving as a barrier or a detriment towards any of the other drivers here. So no need for the safety car. She's beached out on the gravel and is in a safe place. So we do hope that she's not hurt in any way. Syaidatul Afifah here Vehicle number 91, position number 7. They're coming out of the turn number 3. And this is turn number 4, turn number 3 exit as she's heading into turn number 4. But we can see here on the little side view here, a lot of the promotional class supporters there. Big hands, big claps, definitely big smiles for sure. Seeing them do their best there on the track.
Of course, we have a world bowling champion over there, man, who's on the track right now, trying out something new, and that is why she's a champ overall in the hearts of many Malaysians, of course. And itu dia, safety car is out, and I think safety car is definitely going to go and have a look on. Oh no, so it seems like the safety car is pretty much on a yellow flag, I believe.
Yes, and with a yellow flag, that means that everybody will have to slow down, will have to start trailing
this is going to give a lot of opportunities for the rest.
Yes, and that's the thing. With the safety car coming into play, it actually makes the next 6 laps very interesting.
This is going to be super, super interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, nampaknya safety car is out disebabkan Ain terkeluar daripada Lita. And I think we're going to have a look on what's going to be happening very, very shortly. As we know, she's not hurt. It's just the car is outside. And maybe kemungkinan mengalami masalah dengan tayar ataupun something really wrong. That's why she skidded out. Or maybe she was too fast. I'm not sure, but that's not going to be the case. The safety car is out. All the racers are lining up at the back.
All right,
and let's have a look on the replay. What happened over here, Nick?
Oh, it seems that there might be a bit of a technical issue here. I think something similar happened to Rin Rahim, and Ain Idris wasn't entirely capable of maintaining the control of the vehicle. So I think she did the smartest. The next best thing is just to get the vehicle out of the way, just to make sure that she's not on obstruction,
stopping in the track,
not stopping in the track, and that's going to be very important. But the fact remains here, until the vehicle of Ain Idris has been removed from the track, the safety car is still going to be in play.
Yep, so ladies and gentlemen, I guess we're going to be having a look on the safety car right now. As we know, this is going to be super, super interesting. The battle is on for the top 3 for me, because we know everyone is back. Shukri is back. Ezrin is right behind. Ahirin right now, waiting for these 2 boys to make mistakes. So the race is on. It is still alive. Not anything can happen over here, Nick. I'm really, really interested to watch what's happening next.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to watch here in terms of how these drivers are going to take advantage of this safety car. Though it comes at the cost of Ain Idris being eliminated from the race, at least for today. We do hope that that's not going to at least stifle her spirits here or be a demotivator for her. And I do hope that she will come back stronger for tomorrow's race. But until then, we're going to be watching safety car guiding a lot of the other drivers across. We do see that it is 5 more laps remaining, if I'm not mistaken. So and if not mistaken, there's Ain Idris there, speaking with the marshal.
Oh, nampaknya Marshal mengambil masa kesempatan
dulu,
untuk mengambil gambar nampaknya. So itulah kita lihat sedikit highlight of the day daripada Ain Idris.
Marshal datang nak selamatkan dia dan juga ambil peluang nak ambil selfie. Itu yang
sekali,
paling penting. Sempat lagi Abang Marshal. Tapi let's go back to the race here.
Abang Marshal ni betul. Abang Marshal ni safety pertama, kedua selfie.
Kedua selfie itu penting. Kalau saya bagi tahu kawan saya selamatkan Ain Idris, dia tak percaya.
Kena ada bukti kan?
Photos or it didn't happen, orang katakan lah. Okey. Secukup-cukupnya kita berbincang pasal Marshal mengambil kesempatan untuk mengambil selfie. We're also going to be talking about the vehicle of Ain Idris now that has been removed from the track. So I'm thinking that it's going to be a matter of time before the race director is going to give us, at least announce to us.
Yeah, they definitely do it. They definitely do it. Once the car's out of the track, I mean the safety car, it is racing all over again. But right now, Nick, I am really looking forward for this intense rivalry in the top 4 right now. Anything can happen. We know these 4 racers have been putting out absolute fabulous performance, and this is going to be the highlight of the race, to be honest.
Yes, and this is definitely going to be the highlight of the race. And my personal favorite was just that the Marshals taking the selfie.
The Marshals.
I mean, I would do that too if I had the opportunity. I mean, definitely given that. But all jokes aside, safety car is still in play, and I do feel that with all of our drivers so close together now, it's going to be anybody's race. Zidane Razak is basically like, yes, now an opportunity for me to get back my position and definitely try to be very sneaky in terms of how he's going to try to capture his better position. But looking at it here, I think one more lap to go. Maybe this could be the final lap. We have to wait and see until the notification pops up here for all of us, or we get more information from the race director. Until then, it seems that it's rather appropriate for our drivers to be guided with the safety car.
So jadi kepada anda yang baru saja masuk ke dalam siaran langsung, ini adalah Toyota Gazoo Racing Season 6, round yang kedua, dan ini adalah perlumbaan terakhir untuk malam ini, iaitu Promotional Class race yang pertama. So nampaknya safety car will be going inside of the pit very, very shortly. That's what the information I got from. And let's see if that is accurate or not. But right now, safety car is still on the track and anything can happen. Yeah, so that means, we just got an information there, Nick. It seems safety car's light is off. He's going to go into the pit and it's racing time again, baby.
Yeah, so we're going to be continuing with about 4 laps to go. These are enough laps for them to actually play it in. So this is going to be very interesting. We're going to be seeing the safety car come in from turn into the pit from turn number 7. So starting from the line up, it's just going to go. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be seeing a lot of these drivers here start to pick up the pace. And we're going to be seeing Muhammad Shukriya now driving with a little bit more urgency here.
Of course. Dan kalau kita lihat tadi safety car tu betul-betul memberikan advantage kepada racer-racer yang lain. So jadi kita lihat Shukriya masih lagi berada di dalam P yang pertama. Azrin Loy sekarang ni mengambil kesempatan untuk mendapatkan advantage daripada Shukri. And let's see if there's going to be any intense movement ataupun tidak. Shukri masih lagi berada di hadapan dan pacing yang agak sama yang kita lihat daripada sebelum ini. There's nothing much of a huge change. Zizan masih lagi cuba mengejar Akhirin sekarang ni. And let's see, Azrin sekarang ni berada agak sebelahan di situ. Tetapi nampaknya Shukri masih lagi menafikan gerakan-gerakan daripada Azrin. And Azrin dengan 3 pusingan saja yang berbaki. This is the moment that he really needs to take the advantage, or else there is no other way to impress the new kid on the block. Being the new kid on the block, he is showing absolute amazing potential. And Azrin still just could not find that one moment to actually overtake Shukriya. Shukriya still denying all the options. Where on the other side, Akhirin now putting the pressure on Azrin.
Yeah, that's going to be the case here for Azrin Loy. He's going to be pressed by Ahiruddin. Whereas Shukriya is actually picking up quite a bit of distance.
That's some
here.
pace, man.
That is a bit of pace here coming out from Shukriya.
Here we go.
But Azrin Loy now may actually be the victim, may actually be the target for Ahiruddin's pace here. As we're starting to see that she's starting to close out the distance, I think it's just a matter of the race line here for Ahiruddin to be able to take over Azrin Loy's position.
Betul, dan sekarang kita lihat Akhirin sekarang ni berada di belakang Azrin. Apakah movement daripada Akhirin sekarang? Kiri ataupun kanan. There is still a lot of touch from there, but still Akhirin tries to do something over here dan berada di dalam garisan ke dalam, tetapi masih lagi dinafikan oleh Azrin Loy. Dan Azrin still berada di dalam P yang kedua, dan cabaran-cabaran sudah pun dihadapi oleh Azrin tadi, and still keeping Akhirin right behind him is his very best move dengan 2 pusingan yang berbaki di dalam race pertama sekarang ni, Nick.
I think that's going to be very interesting here for Ahiruddin, because when we saw Azrin Loy come out from that turn, he was able to go from the outside racing line into the inside racing line to deny Ahiruddin. So it just goes to show that Azrin Loy is, even though I think this is his first season, if I'm not mistaken, he's showing that he's very much there in terms of
he doesn't feel nervous on the track.
He doesn't feel nervous on the track, that's one. And he also shows a very good understanding of the racing line, when to deny it, when to close it out. And most importantly, safety is very important, because if you close out the racing line, that's exactly what happened to Sharik as well as Mikhail in the promotional race, in the sporting class race that we saw earlier today, our first race of today. So I do think that that's going to be the case. If Ahiruddin just has a small lapse of judgment, it could be very, very bad for Azrin Loy and vice versa.
Yes, absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're still having a look on our last lap of the day as they're coming into turn number 1. You still see Shukriya is still in P1 and P2 is on for none other than Azrin Loy. Dan nampaknya ini adalah pusingan yang terakhir. Ahirin sekarang ni cuba menekan Azrin sekarang ni untuk melakukan kesilapan, tetapi nampaknya tiada silapan daripada Azrin so far. Ahirin masih lagi berada di dalam P yang kedua dengan jarak yang agak jauh boleh dikatakan dengan 2.198 saat. Dan Azrin is still right now trying to put more pressure kepada Syukri Yahya, tetapi dengan pengalaman yang Syukri memiliki itu memberikan satu advantage yang sangat-sangat tinggi di dalam race ini. Dan kalau kita lihat, beliau adalah the fastest on the lap so far ataupun fastest on the race today. Dan kita lihat satu intense performance daripada Syukri Yahya. Tetapi ini dia, all eyes on this boy today, Azrin Loy. Absolutely impressive if you ask me, sebab berada di dalam race yang kedua, musim yang agak baru untuk beliau. He is still putting some numbers. Tetapi talking about numbers, here comes the man that was leading this race throughout, in and out, and that is none other than Syukri Yahya, who wins race 1 on our promotional class P2 for Azrin Loy, P3 for Ahirin Ahiruddin, and P4 for none other than Zizan Razak. And let's have a look on P5. What's happening over here there, Nick? Oh, I think we're not going to get that look. But Azrin Loy is the man who is absolutely in his energy there, Nick. He knows, you know, he's the new kid on the block and he's showing potential. He's literally giving warning. Hey, sekarang rival ni bukan antara Zizan dan juga Syukri. Antara Syukri, Zizan, and also me.
A new challenger has arrived.
Yes, a new challenger has arrived on our track. It's none other than this man. But give it up for our main man of the day who just won the race, Syukri Yahya. Di manakah fans-fans Syukri Yahya? Make sure anda serbu komen dekat bawah ni. Kita nak tengok fans-fans Syukri Yahya ni betul-betul memberikan support yang agak tinggi dan also kepada Azrin Loy dan juga Ahirin Ahiruddin. These three fantastic performance. Finally, Ahirin got into the podium position. She's been trying for many years there, Nick, and sometimes hard work, I mean not sometimes, always hard work will pay off.
Definitely, and Ahirin definitely earned her position on the podium, and I think she can be one of the few people that can proudly say that she denied Zizan Razak the opportunity to stand on the podium today.
Yep.
But I think that with that being said, right, it is going to show that Ahirin not only showed a very good understanding of the technical of her technical capabilities, but she also showed that she was confident in going up against Zizan Razak. Very handily being able to maintain that position, and of course, the fact remains that about 40 plus kilos were already in the pocket of Zizan Razak in terms of the handicap because of the extra weight ballast. Definitely played a huge role in that, but it wasn't entirely just because of that, just because of the handicap, but it was also the understanding of the race line. It was understanding of when to accelerate, when to decelerate, when to brake, when to effectively use which gear and where. And I think that Ahirin was able to actually walk away there with a big victory in her own rights.
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, I guess we have come to the end of the race 1 in promotional class, and that is none other than Syukri Yahya. Dan yang diucapkan kepada Syukri Yahya yang baru saja memenangi race yang pertama dan kemenangan yang pertama untuk beliau di dalam season ini boleh dikatakan. Dan let's see if this is going to be continuing tomorrow again. But I'm really impressed with Azrin Loy there, Nick. I think we'll be having a cam on him very shortly. But yeah, all eyes on this man as well, who has the experience. But what a race we had today.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing here. These are the finalized results. Kita ni keputusan terakhir untuk pusingan pertama, rate lumba pertama bagi Syukri Yahya menang. Kedudukan kedua Azrin Loy, ketiga Ahirin Ahiruddin, keempat Zizan Razak, Imran Akil berpegang pada kedudukan nombor 5, Hefni Sahad kepada kedudukan 6, Syaidatul Afifah, Rin Rahim dan Ain Idrus merupakan baki yang berpegang kepada kedudukan nombor 7, 8 dan 9.
Ya, so itulah result yang kita boleh lihat daripada race hari ini. Dan nampaknya anda kembali bersama dengan kami, Matthew Isaac dan juga Nick Haris, selaku pengulas rasmi anda untuk hari ini. Dan nampaknya satu race yang cukup hebat yang kita lihat. Boleh dikatakan that safety car betul-betul memberikan masalah agak sedikit. It was not a huge problem kepada racer-racer yang lain. Tetapi what we saw in the earlier part of the race is that Ezrin Loy coming in, showing that, you know, hey boy, I'm here. And the rivalry right now has extended into 3 races now, Nick.
Yeah, and that's going to be the case here. Glad to see that. I'm not going to how to say put too much veneer on it. It's always great to see a little bit more rivalries being picked, how to say, develop on the track, mostly because that bila ada persaingan antara lagi banyak pemandu, maksudnya prestasi untuk menunjukkan bakat memang akan...
To add something to that kan,
yes.
Bertahun-tahun kita lihat rivalry antara Shukri dan juga Zizan.
Yeah.
It was always between both of them. Like what you said right now, it's very nice and fresh to see Ezrin Loy coming in the picture.
Boleh dikatakan, boleh jadi spoiler lah juga lah kan untuk Zizan Razak dan juga Shukri Yahya. Mereka selalu rasa kemenangan. Mungkin Ezrin Loy akan menjadi seorang yang akan kata, okay, cukuplah untuk anda semua menang. Saya mau menang pula.
Betul, betul. Alright, so tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, jom kita lihat sorotan daripada race sebentar tadi ataupun boleh katakan baru saja yang tamat. So this is our highlights and for our promotional class di dalam Toyota Gazoo Racing Season 6 round yang kedua. Dan satu start yang sangat-sangat baik daripada Shukri Yahya yang kita lihat. Tetapi Ezrin Loy walaupun berada di dalam P2 di dalam qualifying tetapi menamatkan race ini di dalam posisi yang sangat ataupun sama is what actually caught our eye. But he was also giving a lot of pressure to Shukri Yahya.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the case here for Shukri Yahya. Ezrin Loy was actually nipping at the heels of Shukri Yahya non-stop throughout the entirety of the race. And I think that's going to be something that Shukri Yahya notices in the rear-view mirror for
this
sure.
overtaking was great.
Yes, this was the moment where Ahiruddin just left Zizan Razak in the dust, and I do think that that's going to be a very, very big victory for her. And I think this is going to be Ain Idris. No, Rin Rahim. Rin Rahim that had a bit of a tyre issue here. It was a tear for sure. I want to know a little bit more about what happened to Ain Idris, but
she was racing impressively.
Yeah, she was racing pretty well, but unfortunately, it seems that barring whatever information that we're going to get tomorrow, we will be painted a clearer picture tomorrow. However, the information seems to elude us here today in terms of the reason for Ain Idris's lack of finishing the race. So we do think that for how this has been thus far, no major collisions. Everybody has been safe, with only Ain Idris, the only one that didn't finish. So I don't think that's that much of a... It's not like the most dramatic of how we have seen in the past, but it's definitely a good show. That means that with less collisions means that the understanding of the race, the understanding of racing techniques, the technical aspects of racing has very much been solidified, cemented into the hearts and minds of our promotional class drivers.
I mean, you know what, Nick? I think we have come to a point where commentators' curse is real.
I do think so
too. Di dalam musim-musim sebelum ini, saya mengatakan, ataupun bila saya puji someone, it just goes the other way around. I'm not sure why. Saya ingat lagi di dalam musim-musim sebelum ini, saya puji Janna Nick, boom, Janna Nick did something. Saya puji Ahirin did something. Sekarang saya puji Ain Idris came out of the track. I mean, I'm not going to say anything after this. I'm going to keep it very neutral.
Kena bani bunga ni.
Kena bani bunga. Itu tak tahu lah tuan-tuan. But yes, I think we are going to keep it very, very neutral lepas ni and focus more on top 3. But Nick, before we go, what is your overall look on our entire race for Promotional?
Okay, I've been around for quite a long time here. I think since season 3 or season 2, if I'm not mistaken. And it's great to see that the promotional class drivers from season 2 up until now, especially the ones that have been involved from the start, right? They're showing a great understanding of the racing, of the technical aspects of racing. They're keeping it safe. Collisions are actually fairly much into a minimum. And I feel that with the promotional class, that in and of itself is also an achievement, because we have seen time and time again some of the craziest crashes happen not only in the super sporting and sporting classes, but also the promotional classes as well. People can remember Janna Nick in Batakawan.
Oh yes,
a couple of times also in Sepang as well. Not only Janna Nick, Ain Idris. Many of these turns have claimed many victims, so to speak, in terms of them not finishing the races. But we have seen time and time again that the promotional classes, with the exception of Ain Idrus, who had some kind of a malfunction or technical failure, were able to finish out. And that, in and of itself, to me, is one of the biggest highlights of the day.
Absolutely. But one more thing, then, Nick, before we go, I just want to ask one question from you. Of course, I have my own perspective, but I just want to know from yours as well. Hari ini kita lihat race pertama ni was a very technical race antara semua. Very clean. Kita tak lihat bump to bump ke, spin off ke. Ada sedikit problem here and there, but it was a very clean race. But what is your expectation untuk esok?
I think normally whenever we start with that, right, it's normally very much peaceful for the first round, and tomorrow that's where everything just falls apart, in my opinion. So that could be the case here, but then again, we have seen that a lot of these drivers are driving very, very consistently. And for those of you guys who just joined us, we would like to tell you guys that the race is over. This is Matthews Isaac. My name is Nick. We've got a few words from our dear friend Nas as well in the pit. So over to you, Nas. Take it away.
Thank you very much to our racecasters. You guys have done an excellent job here at race day 1. Inilah dia musim yang ke-6. Ni round yang kedua. Dan selesai sudah promotional class kita. Once again, just a technical debate with technical difficulty right here. Alright. So we've just settled promotional class race day 1 di sini, dan unggul. Siapa yang unggul? Syukri Yahya daripada qualifying mendapat pole position dan kekal terus di tempat pertama sehingga akhir perlumbaan. Dan apa yang mengejutkan di sini, buat pertama kalinya Ziza Raza tidak berada di atas podium. Who would have believed this guy has been getting podium since he started with Toyota Gazoo Racing. So with a balance of 40 kilograms, nampaknya Akhirudin menunjukkan belangnya, memotong Ziza Raza di sebelum perlumbaan berakhir untuk mengekalkan tempat yang ketiga. Ezrin Loy mengekalkan tempat kedua daripada qualifying. Kita mula di tempat kedua dan akhir juga podium finish untuk Ezrin Loy. Jadi betul lah kata Syukri Yahya, betul kata Ziza Raza. Nampaknya kita kena pantau Ezrin Loy ni betul-betul. Walaupun musim yang pertama, tapi beliau mampu memberikan saingan yang hebat buat veteran-veteran kita. Baiklah, jangan lupa esok adalah race day 2 Toyota Gazoo Racing Vios Challenge 2023 musim yang ke-6 ini. So what can we expect tomorrow? Come in bright and early at 6:30 PM. There's going to be race day 2 untuk sporting class, dan kita akan break sebentar untuk azan maghrib, dan kita kembali berlumba pada pukul 8 malam untuk super sporting class dan juga rookie class, dan akhir sekali promotional class kita. Race day 2 akan bermula pukul 9 malam. Selepas itu, jangan lupa teruskan bersama kita bersiaran langsung di Facebook rasmi dan juga YouTube rasmi Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia. Kita ada satu yang istimewa untuk anda. Kai Bahar akan kembali untuk mendendangkan lagu buat dok kita untuk hari yang kedua nanti. Siapa yang rindu Kai Bahar? Dia tak ada lagi di litar. Beliau masih akan berada di atas pentas untuk mendendangkan lagu buat anda semua, dan kita akan adakan upacara penyampaian hadiah untuk pusingan yang kedua musim yang ke-6 ini pada pukul 10 malam. So that's what you can expect tomorrow on race day 2. Ni Nazruddin Rahman, pengacara anda, will signing off for race day 1 pada malam ini. Terima kasih kepada anda yang terus bersama kami secara langsung di Facebook dan juga YouTube. Dan jangan lupa, sebelum kita meninggalkan anda pada malam ini, Ura-Ura menyatakan the all new Vios is going to make an appearance in season 7 2024. Kalau nak tahu betapa cantiknya, betapa hebatnya kereta all new Vios ini, kita saksikannya selepas ini. Assalamualaikum, selamat malam semua. This is Gazoo Racing. We'll see you tomorrow for race day 2. Signing off. And we are out. Thank you studio, thank you Eddie and team.
beast.
ETA 1 Mike. Standing by. Ready to receive. Package acquired. Inbound. 1 click.
Watch out!
That was a close call.
3 minutes to target. Let's burn! Beyond you in 5. It's going to be too close.
It's not over yet.
Clock ticking. Punching.
Package received.
Whoa, this thing's fast.
Target in sight. The beasts are here. 5, 4.
Now! Nice work, guys.
I'm gonna need some new tires. Just what on earth is Gazoo Racing? Gazoo Racing is a spirit. The spirit of pushing one's limits. It's more than just a badge, a symbol, or a poster on a wall. Gazoo Racing is Kaizen of competitiveness. It's the rubber hitting the road again and again and again. Fine-tuned on the world's most demanding racetracks. Powered not just by all forms of energy, but also by our passion to accelerate, exhilarate, elevate the Toyota mandate of making ever better cars. Moving not just people, but the human spirit forward. This is our spirit. This is Gazoo Racing.
Toyota. Move your world.